Let me know when you're ready. All right. Good morning, everybody. It is 9:02. It is November 8th, 2022. We are going to kick this Board of Supervisors meeting off. With that being said, it is Election Day, so Debbie Bautista, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Honor the flag with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, before we continue on, I wanted to pass the mic over to Half. She's going to let you guys know if something's going on.
We're missing Supervisor Campbell today, and I'm hoping you'll join with me in a moment of silence. He is going through some family critical nature problems. I don't want to say what they are, but if we can just send him a little love and energy his way for his family's sake, I would appreciate it.
Looks like our prayers were answered. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Campbell has entered the building. We were sending thoughts and prayers with your family. So,
thank you.
Weren't sure if you would make it.
Yeah, we pulled it together.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so if you are online or on the phone, public participation, the instructions are online and also on our agenda in the back. There are instructions back there. We are going to open it up. So this, even though this is a special meeting, it's kind of like a regular held meeting. We just had to schedule it for this week due to scheduling conflicts. So we did want to still hear from the public and staff. So we're going to do oral communications and staff reports. So if there's an item on the agenda, or if there is anything that you would like to speak with the board about, which is not on the printed agenda, and which is and something that is in our purview. Sometimes we get people come up here and they talk about like the superintendent of schools office or the feds. That's not in our purview. If it's in our purview, please come up. We'd love to hear from you. You get 3 minutes. At the 1 minute mark, you'll hear a beep, and that means you have 1 more minute left. And so at this time, I'd like to open it up for public participation. Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let me get you, hold on one sec, Alexander. Let me get your mic. Go for it.
Okay, so I just would like to say that I think the entire board should read the book, The Doctrine of the Lesser Magistrates, and basically what that book states is, in the Doctrine of the Lesser Magistrates, that it is the duty of a lower official, if a higher public official is making a bad decision, it's the duty of the lower official to stop it, to do everything they can to stop the gears and the wheels turning of government if it's a bad decision. Because a lot of what public officials say, especially lesser ones, they say, I was just following orders from the state, or I was just following orders from, the higher ups. And that's one of the oldest excuses in the books for following bad decisions, but it's actually the duty of the lesser magistrate to go against it. And we actually saw that throughout history, such as in Nazi Germany. There was a few lesser magistrates that went against the state and what they were doing in that time. And there was also a lot of that has gone on in other times across history, where a smaller official went against, the king or the bigger official. So I think when a lot of you guys say we just need to follow what the state's doing or what the state wants us to do, and when it may not be good for our county, I think that's just a sorry excuse when you guys say, oh, I was just following orders. That's, what people said. Nazi guards, oh, I was just following orders to guard this concentration camp. So it's just that argument does not hold any water. And also another thing that I would just like to point out really quick too is I believe you guys should move your meetings to non-working days, preferably Saturday. And also I think that would be a wise thing to do, because a lot of people who work can't go to these meetings because they're working. And another thing I'd like to also say in accordance to your drought emergency powers and what you said have a drought and everything else. Well, it's actually raining. We're having a lot more rain earlier than usual. So I think this whole thing where you guys declared an emergency for drought is pretty silly. I think you need to revoke that. Even if the state's saying, there's a drought. Well, there's just not a drought right now. It's raining. So hopefully you guys will take that away. Thanks.
Good morning.
I thought I would be less nervous, but I'm even more nervous.
No, it's fine.
So, first off, I debated on whether I should come up here because you'll be voting on to allow us to do a lot line, so don't hold this against me. So, I just want to say, I read over the updated CAP project, and,
So ma'am,
oh.
no, it's okay. So that item is on the agenda
oh,
today?
shoot, am I
Yeah,
like?
so if you could stick around and please
Oh,
give
is
us
this
your opinion.
different? Oh,
Yes, yes.
crap. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Okay.
We look forward from hearing your comments on the
Okay,
cap.
sorry.
Thank you. Don't be nervous.
Okay. Look at new time.
You want to reset the clock? Awesome.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Welcome.
My name's Louis Humeler. I live in Upper Crystal Falls. I've been pretty active about the hazardous vegetation ordinance. Not exactly sure which way it went. I've communicated a little with a Union Democrat reporter. He's helped me find out. I guess it went into legal review, and from what I could tell, the version is completely changed. What I'd like to really address, though, is not worry too much about that. And I think there's some basic things that are missing, and we can spin this much more positive. So one of the things that I've noticed is there's a biomass plant that's planned in this area. And it appears they've already got permission to get their biomass from the National Forest. One thing I'd like to suggest that we do is, or find something is, so that they have to get some of their biomass from our county lands and from our private property. So for example, for every acre that they do thinning on private land or a senior citizen's land or Tuolumne County land, maybe they get to take 10 acres of thinning in the National Forest. Okay? Now, another aspect of this would be their labor cost for this. And I think we actually have a great opportunity here for this. Frequently, this board will actually authorize things for social services. But one thing I've not seen around here is anything on work therapy. And in fact, the VA even has a program called compensated work therapy. I actually have a sister with Down syndrome that for many years filled sandbags for the road crews to hold their signs down. She loved filling sandbags. It was like playing in the sandbox. I've also mentioned the possibility of a work center here. So people can just go and find somebody for a day work type center. And the other thing I think that would help out a lot is I'd like to see the county get away from the pallet homes. This might make our county very different than any other county. But what I'd like to see is the pallet homes be more towards places that provide the services. So for example, if somebody who's homeless and has decided to take training at Columbia College, I think it would be far more effective for those pallet homes to be in Columbia College. Now I know we have to be able to give places for the homeless to stay, and in my opinion, I don't want to be rough and I want to be compassionate, but if you're not going to head towards a better life, then I think all we need to provide them is a campsite. Okay, we don't need a pallet home with heat and air conditioning. Have work vehicles, if they want to go out and clear the biomass, some of the hazardous vegetation, have them come back on the van, be first in line to the food lines so that they get better food, okay? And give them a night in the pallet home if they're doing that. Okay, I think I'm out of time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, though. Glad to hear from you.
Good morning, Todd Robin for the record. Wanted to give everyone an update. I've sent an email out today to all of you, including Sarah over there, with an update on my lawsuit and my request for the court to issue a writ of mandate on the waste management scandal. And I had to make a motion to recuse the judge, who was the former DA for the county, Laura Craig. We had a hearing on this matter yesterday. I showed up, everybody was there, including county council, and the hearing was punted until December, when we could have had a decision right then and there. Okay, so just wanted to give you an update on that. The email was sent out. And on another issue, seeing that you were at the opening of the Tuolumne Resilience Center, and went down there and checked it out. And it looks to me like a FEMA processing center. It doesn't really looks kind of weird, kind of like a lot of money was spent on a facility that really doesn't appear to really serve any purpose. But anyhow, that's my opinion. And I'll speak to the climate action plan here in a minute. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, God. I ask you this morning to please fill this room with your Holy Spirit, as we are just humans stumbling our way through life. But you, Lord, you are the creator of all things and all truth. Please fill us with your guidance today, Lord, and all days. And Lord, I also pray for Mr. Campbell and his family this morning, and whatever their problems may be. I pray these things in Jesus' name, Lord. Amen. My name is Mike Thomas, and I should be at work right now. Last week, I expressed some concerns about the Jamestown Fire Station project. Shortly after I made my comments and sat down, Mr. Earhart was given the opportunity to respond to my comments. I felt that one of the comments that Mr. Earhart made was a contradiction to what was in the actual contract for the project. At that point, I attempted to return to the podium to refute what he had said, but I was not allowed. What followed, I'm sure, was a bit of a disturbance. Let's just say that I'm a little shocked at the format in these meetings and the limitations put on the public to speak. Who exactly is the boss here? But that's a discussion for another day. For now, I will try to function within the strict confines of the current format. So in response to what Mr. Earhart said, and this is a paraphrase, but I'm sure you could look it up in the transcripts, he said that one of the reasons for the high cost of the project was that the existing roof needed to be removed in order for structural repairs to be made before the application of the new roof. I have in my hand a copy of that contract. Have any of you read it? The contract specifically states under the scope of work that the existing roof will not be removed and the new roofing material will be applied on top of the existing roof. For those of you who have read it, why did you not correct Mr. Earhart's comment at the time he made it? If you have not read the contract, then why do you vote to approve it? Don't you think you should read what you are voting on? Does anyone do that anymore? I still have concerns about this project, and so I guess I will just continue to return here over the next several weeks for 3 minutes at a time until I've aired them all. Here is just a sample of what's to come. In this contract, the first item under the materials list, which is 1-inch poly foam, the contractor Garland of Cleveland, Ohio, by the way, is billing $22,932 for this 3,000 square foot of roof. I priced the same material from the local ABC supplier for the same square footage, and guess what I came up with? About $3,500. That's a 700% markup, and all of you voted for this. Your job is to protect the residents of Tuolumne County from this sort of crime. If you want us to trust you, do your job.
All right,
I
sir.
should be at work right now doing my job,
you.
but instead I'm
sorry, I
here
have to
doing
hold-
yours.
Thank you, I'm sorry. All right, if. morning.
Okay, I have a question. So in Quincy's,
Ma'am, I just have to let you know, we don't do Q and A. This is your. this
no,
is your
I have a
opportunity.
question and I have a right to ask a question. It's freedom of speech, sir.
Okay.
I want to know why she says here that we have biomass projects such as TBI LLC project recently approved by the county, yet when I emailed Heather Ryan, she could not find any such approval. You want to explain that? Also, in the
original approval of the, I'll get to that later since you're restricting what can be spoken about.
No, we're not, I'm not, ma'am, I'm not restricting what you
Excuse
can and
me,
can't
I'm
say.
speaking.
So I'll
Hello.
give you 5 more seconds. So just want to clarify for the public, if we can't do Q&A, this is our opportunity to hear from you.
I'm just asking the question so that people know that there is a question.
Sure.
Okay?
Please continue.
Yeah. So I've been studying the Brown Act. As you know, you've received my emails. You've been in violation several times, including this morning, and you don't even know it yet. There's going to be a problem with what you're doing. Each of you is going to be held responsible because whatever promises were made to you by whatever cult, whatever you belong to, it's going to come back to get you. There's a higher power than that. No one's going to get a walk away from this. This is not about Democrats, progressives, or Republicans. This is about the freedom of the people to do with their property what they want without government interference. Your job is to protect our rights. Every single thing, all of these public-private partnerships are to diminish our rights. And we're not going to stand for it. Each one of you has sat up there. I've gotten glares from you. I've gotten dirty looks from you. Him, he hides. Doesn't even show up for after the big Halloween bash, didn't show up the next morning. So you guys want to answer to somebody? Or do you think that there's nobody you have to answer to? Is that really how things are here? Because I'll tell you something right now. This isn't going to go good for you. It's going to be bad. Because you see how many people are here this morning? Just wait.
Any other public? Yep. Is there any other public comment after this gentleman?
I'll wait last. Okay. All right, hi. I was trying to come down on my scooter, but the battery's dead. So I was doing everything to get it going, so I had to walk. And I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog. And yesterday, I spent total about 39 hours working on a 5-page letter right here. And had you, this is my copy, had the legal department, was addressed to Anaya Kirk. And I stayed up from Sunday to Monday, 20 hours and 17 minutes, 20 hours and 17 minutes straight from Sunday to Monday to finish the letter up. And I had you legally served, the legal department. And I'm asking you to postpone the climate action vote for 1 week, no big deal. Or, and I said to next month, to the 13th, and I got the wrong date. I meant the 6th of December, and just postpone. If you're planning on going through with this, you know, I humbly requested to Anaya Kirk. The first page was addressed to you, and I was using the 1849 Constitution of the State of California, 1849, admitted to the Union September 9th, 1850, the original Constitution, the real one. The gentleman who spoke the older gentleman who spoke on September 20th and said, and scolded you and said, this is, you all know, and he said about the 1879 Constitution. And he said, you all know what I'm talking about. He pointed at you. He said that twice, and he quoted scripture. I know what he's talking about. The 1879 Constitution is the illegal Constitution. It's not real. It was never voted on by the people in the state of California in 1880. That was only voted by the legislatures, and they changed the wording around on the preamble. So, the 1849 Constitution of the State of California in 1849 is the real one. And so that's, I'm also like 100, okay, I've got, I also stood up for the ranchers. I quoted you U.S. Supreme Court rulings, American jurisprudence, title codes. It's just riddled with that. And you are bounded by your oath to adhere. And like the young lady said behind me, you are bounded by oath, but you are bounded by, even the legal department is bounded by U.S. Supreme Court rulings. And you can't, most of them are from the 1800s. And You do have to comply to it. And there's some modern ones there. So I'm just asking if you would be kind enough to, Nia Kirk, to postpone the vote by 1 week. And I'm going to correction on my paperwork to maybe December 6th, the next board meeting, and scrap it all together and scrap the entire climate action plan altogether. Because you got a lot of things that are wrong with this. Very vague for the cattle ranchers. Thank you.
Thank you, John. All right, is there any other public comment in the room? All right, any on Zoom? Okay, okay, never mind, I thought he was getting up. I'm gonna open it up for now, staff reports, if there's any staff that have any reports. Yeah. Because we don't have another board meeting.
Good morning, board. My name is Jennifer Gould. I'm the MHSA Agency Program Manager for Behavioral Health. And for those of you who don't know, that's the Mental Health Services Act. I just wanted to announce we have a couple events going on this month. We have several meetings that are available to the public, and you are all welcome to attend. We have various Zoom platform meetings, as well as an in-person tomorrow evening from 5:30 to 7, as well as Wednesday, November 30th at 9 o'clock, both at the Enrichment Center. It is part of our community program planning process for Mental Health Services Act dollars moving forward into the next 3 fiscal years. So I'm seeking community stakeholder feedback and information regarding how to navigate through our programming for the next 3 fiscal years. We also have a mental health coffee talk, which is typically at the last Friday of each month. Due to the Thanksgiving holiday, we'll be having that on Friday, November 18th. That goes from 8 to 10, also at the Tuolumne County Enrichment Center. And I'll put back flyers on the table for anyone welcome. You're all welcome to attend. So that was it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, Debbie.
Good morning. Debbie Batista, County Register of Voters. I'm really pleased to announce that Tuolumne County is very much engaged in this election. There is a really strong possibility that by the end of today, we will have processed more than 16,000 ballots. That's almost as much as how many people voted in the June election. The people have been sending their ballots, I hope, in early. I also think we're going to have a strong turnout. For Tuolumne County, we're right around 45%. The state of California, as of yesterday, I think was at 27%, and the ballots are coming in strong. So if you have not voted and you want to vote, all of the vote centers are open today from right now until 8 o'clock tonight. So you can go to Twain Hart Bible Church. You can go to Memorial Hall in Tuolumne. You can go to the Groveland Library, or you can go to Jamestown Community Hall. And of course, you can go to my office to South Green Street. So if you want to vote in person, hit one of those places. If you still have your ballot, but you haven't mailed it, you need to mail it by tonight, and you need to get it postmarked by 8 o'clock tonight. I highly recommend, if you're going to mail it, walk into a post office and have them stamp it with a local postmark, or you can drop it off on any of the drop-off boxes, which is Miwok Library, Twain Hart Pharmacy, Willow Springs Association, the Junction, the Sonora Library, Columbia Elementary, Roca Park, or the Groveland Library, and of course, you can come here and drop it off. So to the Tuolumne County voters, I'm really proud of you. We will be a whole lot stronger than the state, and at least your voice, maybe not mine, but your voice will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. All right, not seeing any other staff reports in the room. Do we have any on Zoom? No? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. So Clerk of the Board, would you please read the items on consent?
Item number 1, adopting subsequent resolution 118-22, making findings in support of allowing remote meetings pursuant to AB 361, modified Brown Act procedures during a declared emergency. Item number 2, approving resolution 119-22, authorizing application for 2022 Sustainable Groundwater Management Grant Program, SGMA Implementation Grant. Item number 3, adopting resolution 120-22 for appointing in lieu of election the listed November 8, 2022 statewide general special district candidates. Item number 4, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $23,246.48 from the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund and increasing appropriations in the American Rescue Plan Fund by the same amount. 4/5 approval required. Item number 5, recognizing a report submitted by the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools on the Williams Act pursuant to Education Code 1240 and AB 599.
All right, I'm gonna look to the board. Would anybody like to pull an item from consent? Just comment? All right. Supervisor Brandon, comment?
Great, thank you. Just on item 4, I just wanted to recognize, obviously there's a tax measure on the ballot, and looking at some of these core critical services, we had, thanks to our staff, $5 million come in for one-time funds, and we put it to roads and to fire. And I think that just speaks to the character of the board and where our priorities have been. So I just wanted to say that I'm very proud of that decision. I think we made the right decision. We're finally getting some chips away at some of these really long-standing issues. And I think this is really good. And I hope people that are watching as well, I think with government, there's always decisions or little allocations in that. We're not always going to agree on stuff, but when we have had significant amounts of this one-time funding or new revenue coming in, this board's really prioritized putting that into important stuff. And we do not all agree up here all the time. If you can attend these meetings, you see that. And yet we move forward with that very consistently and very strongly. So I'm just happy with that, and I wanted to say thanks to everybody.
All right, I agree with those sentiments. I'm going to open it up to the public. If there's any public comment on consent, come on up.
So a few things I'd like to say on your consent calendar here. So one of the first things that you're doing is you're making findings in support of allowing remote meetings. So basically that means one of you could come here by Zoom, or all of you if you wanted to. And I don't think that's very fair to the public. I think you all should be here in person so that people can actually see you and not hide behind a computer screen. And I think you should not allow that. I don't think you should allow Zoom meetings. I think also for the committee meetings, they should be in person. You have a lot of those on Zoom as well right now. So I'm sure that allows this, like the homeless committee, I believe, is on Zoom right now. So we can't even go to those meetings in person. We have to wait to be hand raised and all this other cyber junk. And also a lot of people don't have computers or internet access, or they can't pay for internet. So I think that would be a really bad thing if you're all on Zoom, because then people can't come and then they can't even speak, especially if they don't have internet in the first place. And also I see that you're approving resolution authorizing application for 2022 Sustainable Groundwater Management Grant Program. So is that a key word for managing people's wells in this county? It kind of seems to be that way, groundwater management. Because groundwater is the water that feeds into wells, and that's the lifeblood for a lot of people in Tuolumne County. They have wells. So seeing you starting to get into groundwater management, a grant program, I think that's way too much government overreach. I don't think you guys should be even talking about groundwater management. I don't think it's the right of this board to be dictating policy in this county about that. And we've already declared a drought when it's raining right now. And a lot of other really bad things on this consent calendar. I think you all should also allow more than 3 minutes to actually talk about it, because there's so many items on just one consent calendar when on other items, we at least get 3 minutes to talk on that one item, but on this case, we only have 3 minutes to talk about 4 items or 12 items, whatever amount of items you have on the consent calendar. And also, I think you should approve these items individually and not approve them just in one go, so there can actually be debate and talking on all these different individual items. That's how government should work, so we have more public input, so you guys can make your decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment on consent? Any on Zoom? All right. It would be very helpful if, oh, you do, yes, come on
Yeah,
board.
thank you, Todd Robin, for the record. I want to echo that with the, what Alex said about the Zoom meetings. You know, I attended the Solid Waste Committee meeting by Zoom. And with the continuation where you can't attend these meetings in person and speak to people and have eye contact with them, it's not the same. And people are getting cut off, and not everybody has internet, and the internet goes down on a day like today. There's people in this community right now that can't watch this live, okay? So, and participate in Zoom. So it's clear that you're doing that because you want to hide from the people. It's quite obvious. We want transparency. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Okay, any on Zoom? All right, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. If the board has any comments or would like to make a motion, we'll entertain a motion.
A comment?
Sure.
I would like to acknowledge that we do have to go by the Brown Act rules, and that's what we're doing. I would also like to encourage anybody that wants to make a comment on anything that's on the agenda to please read the whole agenda item that is published and not make flip comments from off the top without reading. Sometimes these comments are very obvious, that you have not read the material that has been provided, and so you are doing a disservice to the whole community in your comments when you have not educated yourselves. Thank you.
And thank you for that, Supervisor Half. I was going to make a similar comment. If you watch a lot of public meetings, as I have over the years, and the way particularly boards of supervisor throughout the state operate, they all have consent agendas. They all have items that are consistently on the agenda that are voted on in large groups. It's a way to balance the needs of having a discussion about what is of public interest, but also conducting the business of the people of Tuolumne County. And if we have to have discussions about these items and allow for the public to have input, of course, and we also have to make sure that we're getting business done and that we're not getting hung up on every single item, so that the county's not paying its bills and it's not doing the work that needs to get done. And so that's part of the reason why things like a consent calendar were developed. It's so that we're able to have these kind of discussions and still be able to move forward and get business done. So I would just hope that folks could kind of look into understanding why the Brown Act is what it is and why board meetings are conducted the way they are before attacking them and attacking those of us that are responsible with carrying out the laws of this county and this state and this country.
And if I can just add to that too, part of that is, I think, respect for the audience, right? We have a lot of items having to read through and go through each one of them. The way that the consent agenda works is that any one of us, if we had any concerns with these, they were not routine, which is basically what gets sent there, we could pull that and have that as an item. This is meant so that you, who are coming here for probably several of you, an item that we have on the agenda later, won't have to sit through some of these routine kind of maintenance items. We're able to get right to that. So I think it's a level of trying to offer respect there and back. And I wanted to echo Supervisor Half's comments and go into a little bit on just one of them was the Sustainable Groundwater Management Plan. That's something that the state had passed in 2014. We had no say in what areas that they were created. I was elected 2020, so I was not certainly having any say then. And looking at that, what this thing is only authorization to allow for a grant to be able to bring funding into the local area. So again, it's so important to read these things. Even the executive summaries in that have a lot of good information. You can't just tell from the title what these comments are. And our staff spent a lot of time putting all of these documents online. You can sign up for notifications from the board for all of our committees and commissions. You can get our agendas, you can get our minutes, you can get these documents. I think we all remain open. If you have questions, email us, ask to meet with us. If you have strong opinions and you haven't asked to meet with your supervisor or meet with one of us to sit down with it, we're here to advocate, but that should be a first go-to and give us that chance. I think that's something that would be very helpful in a lot of these meetings, because I can feel the frustration. I know it's a pain in the ass to have to come to this meeting and sit for many, many hours on this to wait for your item. And I appreciate the people that do make that time, but that's also an avenue to try and connect with us. To an extent, sometimes public comment can be a performance. If it's speaking to the audience and not to us, we have public comment not only to be able to give people voice to speak there, but it's for us to listen. It's really for us to give you our attention so you can tell us your perspective and what you think we should be doing. And that's very valid, but it's not supposed to be for the performance element of it. And that starts detracting from the public business that we're here to do. Whether you agree or not, there's a lot of things we have to get through, and we're trying to do 2 meetings a month. That's very hard, so.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the board. I will look for a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
I'm going to give it to ladies go first. All right. First by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, consent passes 5-0. Yeah, I think usually we break at 10 or a few minutes before 10, but let's take a quick 6-minute break. We'll come back at 9:45. We'll have you start off with the 9 public hearing with Cap. So see you at 9:45.
How much more time do we have?
Right now. We're sorry. All right, clerk of the board, would you please read our 9 a.m. appointment?
9 a.m. public hearing, consideration of approving resolution 121-22 to adopt the Tuolumne County Climate Action Plan, including the action items and the prioritization matrix work plan, notice of exemption pursuant to section 15308 of the state CEQA guidelines.
All right, and so before we get started, this is a public hearing, so I am opening up the public hearing. And with, I had some help beforehand. I always do. Thank you, Heather. So that being said, I'm going to open it up to Quincy Yaley, CDD Director.
Good morning. Do you want to go first? I'd be happy to have you.
John is anxious. We're going to get through the presentation first, and then we'll open up to the public.
All right. Good morning, Board of Supervisors and members of the public behind me. My name is Quincy Yaley. I'm the Community Development Department Director. Thank you all for joining us today. I want to introduce some consultants that we have on our Zoom today. That is Honey Walters and Hannah Cornfield, as well as Cody Nesper, our Deputy County Counsel, who is Zooming in from home as well. And I always want to take a moment to thank all the county staff that have supported this project, including my fellow CDDers over on the 4th floor, County Council, OAS, and the CAO's office. And I also want to really thank each one of your board members for really listening and leaning into this project with me. I appreciate the time and energy that you have given myself and this project in all the many meetings that we've had. Today, this is a shortened version from the presentation that I've already done for you last month, but it does cover some of the same material, as I wanted to make sure that anyone who is new to the item at least has some context for how we got here today. So for those of you who were here last month, thank you for your patience as we work through this. And I got two computers, so we'll do our best here. So this is a program of how we're going to handle today. And this morning, we're going to go through a presentation about the Climate Action Plan project. There'll be an opportunity for clarifying questions from the board. After that, the board chair will take public comment, which is typically limited to 3 minutes, unless otherwise determined by our board chair. And then at the end of the public comment period, the board will deliberate and make a possible decision. If you're keeping track at home or in the audience, there are about 20 more slides after this, so you'll know when I'm getting near the end. First, I want to go over the Climate Action Plan at a high level. This is a photo from the Union Democrat, and it is about a family in 2021 who, in addition to 19 other wells in the county, were failing but hadn't dried up. It was a 300-foot well, and this family was paying $200 a week for a business to fill a 350-gallon holding tank. And he says, we're doing laundry at a relative's house. We shower in the morning to keep him short. We're using lots of paper plates. We're trying to conserve water in every way that we can. A question that you all have been getting and that I have been getting is, why is the county preparing a climate action plan? And there's two reasons. One is that the state passed Senate Bill 32, which was required to be evaluated when Tuolumne County updated our general plan, which was approved in 2019. Senate Bill 32 was passed in 2006, which, among other things, created greenhouse gas reduction targets for California to meet by 2030. The general plan was required to show how it would not hinder or impede the state's ability to meet that target, and which was to reduce statewide emissions by 40% below 1990 levels. Additionally, under SB 379, the state of California requires local governments to proactively plan for adapting to climate change. After a meeting with the community and several meetings, it became clear that the public was very concerned about the threats of drought and wildfire. Therefore, the Climate Action Plan scope was expanded to include the requirements that addressed SB 375 all in one document because of the concern that the public stated about the county's ability to respond to those incidents. In addition, there are other benefits to adopting a Climate Action Plan. The CAP aligns the county with the state's adopted 2030 GHG reduction target, while long-term GHG reductions are critical to minimize the impacts of climate change, it's equally important for the county to build climate resilience to combat current and forecasted impacts of climate-related events. So what exactly is a climate action plan? Well, our climate action plan, or a CAP as we may refer to it today, is a roadmap for our county to guide the actions that could reduce local GHG emissions and help our community and infrastructure adapt to the effects of climate change. This covers the unincorporated area of Tuolumne County and is limited to the policy areas that your board has authority over. The plan is a guiding policy document and does not establish new local regulations or mandates for the public. The Climate Action Plan creates a set of goals for the board when making decisions about how Tuolumne County handles climate-related events, including drought, wildfire, and extreme heat. The policies in the Climate Action Plan are supported by a menu of action items, which are flexible to respond to future climate priorities, availability of funding, financial implications to homeowners, and community support. So let's talk about what the Climate Action Plan does not do. As I mentioned in the previous slide, approval of this document does not create new regulations or mandates. It does not require the removal of wood-burning stoves or wood-burning appliances. It does not ban backyard burning. It does not ban or regulate off-road vehicle use. And it does not ban gasoline-powered engine use. It does not include areas within the city of Sonora or federal land. It does not provide a detailed financial analysis of the proposed action items. and it does not result in local consequences if implementation is incomplete. So most of the people in this room don't know me that well, but I just like to cut right to the chase. So that's what we're going to do this morning. I really just want to talk about the issues that are on the table, the concerns that the public has, and how this plan either includes those or handles those issues. So these are some of the concerns that I hear from in emails and public comment and in newspapers. One concern is that the county or the state will use this climate action plan to force compliance of Tuolumne County with state action, state goals. Individuals are concerned about government overreach, and they're concerned that this plan will take their individual rights. Another comment I've gotten is that this plan is basically worthless because it doesn't address emissions from wildfire. And that any local efforts we make here in the county will not combat the emissions that can come off of a catastrophic wildfire. Another fear or concern I have is that, that's been raised, is that the cost of this project is unknown. Another concern is of the unintended consequences that climate change mitigation or adaptation strategies could result in. That could be through implementing projects that have either byproducts from that process that create GHG emissions, or it could have community impacts where in some communities, GHG adaptation projects are pushing out lower income neighborhoods and are affecting those who may not have the financial capacity to comply. So there is a lot of debate over climate change. Some folks want the plan to do more, be more specific. I was looking up images for this, and it reminded me of the old, I think it was a Romper Room or Sesame Street where one of these kids is doing their own things. And so I was thinking about that this is a plan where, this is one of those kids is doing their own thing. And so we've got all these people around us, and we've got this plan. It's kind of doing its own thing. A comment I've also received is that this plan will force everyone to ride bikes. And that that I've heard that I will not ride a bike. That's not me, that's the comment. And so my response is fantastic, that's great. This plan is not asking you to ride a bike. It's not designed, or the policies are not designed to force people to comply with new rules or new mandates. So if you want to ride a bike, ride a bike. If you are not gonna ride a bike, don't ride a bike. This plan will not impact your ability to ride or not ride a bike. Another thing that I get a lot of when we're talking about climate change is the unintended consequences of climate change. And some of you may have seen during the ice storms in Texas, the windmills and the wind farms were icing over, and there's a picture of a helicopter spraying a product on that wind turbine. And the comment is you need fossil fuels to combat green energy. And I'm not here to debate that. And this climate action plan does not debate that type of issue. We're not here to move people from that position if that's what they think and believe. This is a policy document in response to a requirement from the general plan. I love this one because it's using thermal nanotechnology. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of chemicals involved in thermal nanotechnology. I don't know how they impact the climate, but we're going to be looking at the policies that your board has the authority over. We've heard about emissions from wildfire. We've heard about farmers in the Netherlands who are protesting climate policies. Just this week or last week, there was a headline in SF Gate about glaciers in Yosemite that are disappearing. We've got dry wells. We even have studies that are looking at the mental health impacts of climate change, how people are worried about climate change and how we need to address those mental health issues. We've got solar panels that are being shipped in from China. We've got the California Building Code that's requiring a lot of solar energy to be used. So we have this big issue, lots of opinions, and so now I want to talk about why I'm here. And it goes back down to the purpose of, does the county have to prepare a climate action plan? And the answer is yes. This is a picture from 2021. It's Don Pedro Reservoir when it was 50% full. The Department of Water Resources stated that was an extreme year in terms of temperature and precipitation. Weather extremes are one of the things that this plan addresses. So let's talk about why we have to prepare it. So first we had the general plan that was published in 2018, and the Tuolumne County completed an EIR, an environmental impact report. And the climate action plan was a mitigation measure that came as a result of that environmental impact report, which is required under the California Environmental Quality Act. And it included, as I stated before, an evaluation of the plan's consistency with AB 32. So I want to be really clear. The preparation of the CAP was a mitigation measure in the general plan, EIR, and it was not in response to any sort of CEQA lawsuit that came after the general plan was approved. Specifically, development of the climate action plan is driven by policy 18A1 in the county general plan. And additionally, under SB 379, the state of California required local governments to proactively plan for adapting to climate change. SB 379 requires cities and counties to integrate climate change vulnerability, adaptation strategies, emergency response strategies, all of these things into our general plan. This was a picture from a flood we had, and it was after this flood I went down to Lower Save Mart where they had been flooded out and watched them throw away thousands and thousands of dollars worth of product because it was damaged by that flood. So I want to talk about a little bit about the process we went through to prepare the document and what it includes. We started this project in early 2020, and during the drafting of the document, staff with the consultants made 3 presentations to the Planning Committee, 3 presentations to the Natural Resources Committee, 3 virtual community workshops. We held an online engagement platform for people to submit comments and review reports. We've made several presentations to your board. The project was heard by the Planning Commission in August, where it was recommended for approval, and we also were here in September doing a presentation for your board. During that public comment, during the public outreach, when we did it online, this was an image from one of the first engagement sessions that we had. And individuals who are participating typed in the words, and I'm not sure if you've participated like this, but the more a word is said, it's bigger. And so I just put this up there for you to know where we started from. This was the foundation of this document. It started with the community. And that was a really important part of this project to make sure that it was authentic to Tuolumne County. Also in the Climate Action Plan is an inventory of current GHG emissions. This is from 2019. And so a GHG emissions inventory is a snapshot of the annual emissions associated with the jurisdiction's community-wide activities. GHG emission inventories are a critical component of our Climate Action Plan and are used to establish reduction targets or goals and monitor emissions over time. Local government greenhouse gas inventories are based on activities taking place within its boundaries that the jurisdiction has control over. And it's important to know for the public that this is not our first inventory. This is not the county's first endeavor into climate change planning. That there was a document in 2012 called the Blueprint, Tuolumne for Tomorrow. And that actually was the first inventory that the Tuolumne County did of GHG emissions. You'll see, as typical with rural counties, that the biggest piece of the pie is on-road transportation. That means emissions coming out of the tailpipes. So let's talk about wildfires. Over and over I get, why aren't wildfire emissions included in the Climate Action Plan? This is a picture of our government building, and this is a picture of the aftermath of the Paradise Fire. So your board has control over things that come out of this building. Your board does not have control over whether or not a tree falls on a power line and starts a catastrophic wildfire. I'm trying to be really clear on the difference between what this document does and doesn't do. It doesn't address wildfire emissions because it's not something that your board has direct control over. Further, the CAP does not include wildfire emissions because it focused on a methodology that recommends and aligns with our California Air Resources Board. This does not include methodologies for wildlife-related GHG emissions, and the state does not include wildfire GHG emissions in their inventory currently. Quantifying emissions from fires and forest management is an evolving area of science, and it is possible that in future state inventories they will include the sources of the emissions. And this was a change we made in our climate action plan from the last version, was to specifically call out that as inventories change, emissions from wildfires should be included in future county inventories. For the first time, the California Air Resources Board and CAL FIRE has developed a draft report. It was released in 2020, and it presents statewide estimates of GHG emissions associated with wildfires and prescribed burning for approximately 20 years, but they're not yet available at the local level. Therefore, because we lack availability of methods to quantify emissions locally and predict future wildfire occurrences in an accurate manner, they are not included in the county's inventory. This was you all yesterday. I'm sorry that I missed it. I would have loved to have been there, and great job to Mo Frank for getting this done. And just in case the public's not aware, the funding for these centers came from the state from funding after our Rim fire, which was our last major catastrophic wildfire. And that was in 2013. It was 402 square miles, and approximate cost was $127 million to deal with that fire. So I want to summarize the public comments that we've received, and a lot of them focused on the scope of the climate action plan in terms of your jurisdictional authority, the requirements it had to meet. Questions also about the cost and feasibility of the climate action plan strategies. Concerns were raised again about wildfire and the wildfire emissions and how they contribute to climate change. Concern about connections to global movements for urbanization and sustainability. Concerns were raised that the county would force individuals to comply with a policy, such as requiring people to remove wood stoves. In response to those concerns, the staff, we put out a number of FAQs. We shared them with your board and on social media and on our website that addressed those issues. The final cap that we've got posted now, where there are revisions from the September version. These revisions came in as a result of public comment during that meeting, as well as meetings with each of you about the climate action plan. We have a track changes or a strike-through version on our website, as well as a clean version. And some of the things we simplified, we were calling something a prioritization matrix. It just was easier to call it a work plan. So the title of that chapter changed. Clarified some enforcement language to really be specific that the enforcement would come if and when the Board of Supervisors passed any ordinance codes that addressed any of the action items in the climate action plan. The enforceability of the climate action plan is the same as the enforceability of the Tuolumne County General Plan. What our department enforces are codes and ordinances, not policies. And so it has the same level of enforceability as other county policy documents. It also looked at recreation and business related action items. That was really important. And the plan does address recognizes and addresses the concerns that we have that some of our winter sports in our county could be affected by climate change. Drought certainly is a big impact on our reservoirs and our boating activities. So we also highlighted those in the revisions. So let's talk lastly about implementation, pictures of one of our local farmers markets. And we've talked a lot about how local food can help offset GHG emissions by pulling trucks off the roads. And so that is another highlight in our climate action plan, recognizing the value of local availability of food. So the cap can be used for development projects. It serves to provide thresholds of significance that new projects can use when they're undergoing environmental review. They can use the thresholds in the climate action plan to determine a significance of a greenhouse gas emissions from their project. And it further, when completing that environmental review, one of the things we have to do is review the project's consistency with local approved planning documents or state planning documents related to climate change. So having a local planning document that talks about climate change will aid in our local development community, because we'll have something that we wrote that's more specific to Tuolumne County that we can apply to development projects rather than having to use guidelines from the state. Let's see. It's got a work plan. Thank you. I've got that in there. We've got a work plan. That is a compilation of measures that are listed in Appendix C. Appendix C is sort of the parking lot. It's where we threw all the ideas in and evaluated them. And then the ones that rose to the surface as either being the most feasible to implement, or they were cost effective, or we felt that they would be most supported by the community, those were the ones that made it into the work plan. And there also will be monitoring that will be ongoing. The Chapter 5 has been clarified to give a little bit more detail about what staff expects to do and also to not do. This is a picture of the affordable housing project that you all approved earlier this year. This is the Visionary Homes project, a simplified version of it. So about the work plan, we talked a little bit about it. The way the document's drafted is that there's strategies and measures. Those are listed in Chapter 4. Then all of the action items are in Appendix C. Like I said, it's a parking lot for all of the potential things that the county may want to include in the work plan. We scored those based on a set of criteria, and then those ended up in a prioritization matrix or a work plan. And this slide lists the things that we considered when determining what should be in and what should be out, what should be in Appendix C and what should move to the work plan. For implementation and monitoring, monitoring is going to be important, but we understand that there's concerns about staff time and costs, and we're only going to monitor what's implemented. So the work plan has a number of items, but if those aren't implemented all at once, which they won't be, we're only going to monitor what we're working on. We may need to do future GHG emissions inventories. Those are going to be timed and spaced out so that we can actually see potential results or our impacts from local actions. And so we'll be back before your board for that work plan. And the way that the resolution is written today is that it requires us to come to the board if we want to change the work plan. That was expressed as a concern about the future of staff implementing items that were not in line with the board's strategies or vision. Look at all this, I was gonna say that. We're not gonna say that, jeez. And this is it, we made it. So I'm happy to take questions and comments. I just thought that this picture really simplified what we did. We looked at GHG emissions. We looked at how those drive climate-related events that affect the county, what those impacts would be. And then there's a set of responses. There's things that we can do to mitigate those impacts, to lessen them. And there's strategies in the plan that can help our county adapt to it. So I just want to thank all of you for bearing with me, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Quincy. I'm going to bring it back to the board for clarifying questions, and then after that, I'm going to open it up to the public for comment. So I'm going to look to my right. Do you have any clarifying questions you have, Dave?
I do.
Yeah.
So thank you for the presentation, Quincy. Just to kind of recap, and I know a lot of your presentation addresses, but I realize there's a lot of controversy here, and people are concerned, but in general, does the Tuolumne County Action Plan, including the resolution that we're considering today, require the following? Wood stoves removal or banning of new wood stoves?
No.
Chainsaws, gas operated, obviously is a concern. Banning use of them by the public or firefighting agencies?
No.
Lawnmowers, gas operated, banning use of them by the public or companies that use them for their businesses?
No.
Same for weed eaters?
Same.
Diesel motors, I know that that's a concern. the emissions? Is there anything that requires in this plan or by the, what we're looking at here that would require law enforcement to issue any tickets
No.
if there was excessive? Wildfires. I see that the wildfire issue has been addressed, so I'll leave that. Off-road vehicle use, there's no bans,
No bans.
no requirement for people to ride bikes.
No bike riding requirements.
And so I'll look at a couple other areas, and again, controversial, but I'll speak to them now. United Nations, the UN. Is there anything in the Tuolumne County Climate Action Plan that states that the UN will have any say whatsoever regarding the Tuolumne County cap?
No.
Outside financial backing.
No.
Is there anything, from whatever groups, far left, far right?
Nope.
George Soros, I don't care who, that requires, Tuolumne County to do anything. So, what we're looking at here is greenhouse gases, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Goal to better protect our citizens and our visitors.
That's how it's, designed that way.
And we want to enhance the experience of our tourists because they provide a tremendous amount of revenue for our county, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
You got it.
Supervisor Campbell, do you have any questions?
No, thank you. I think it's pretty straightforward, and I think Quincy's done a good job explaining it.
Okay. Supervisor Haff, any questions?
Yeah, just a couple. I was a little bit confused in your final edition, November 22, in the Climate Action Plan itself. You have the executive summary, which I thought at first was the work plan, the new revised work plan, but it's a little bit different. And so I wanted to ask this question here. You have improved air quality in this plan at a glance, measure 2.4, and I don't see that in the actual work plan. What is the reason
Sure.
for that?
Thank you for the question. Let me go back. Let me help. So the strategy on the screen that's in the red box, the strategy that we're talking about, and this is an overview of the project, is improved air quality. Then we narrow it down a little bit more to a measure. So that's measure 2.4, which we modified the language of that. And then what's not listed here is the work plan. That's a separate list of, that's a separate list of items. And so this is, again, high level to try to focus our policies. And then the actual work plan has the action items. And so if there was an action item related to measure 2.4, that would be in the work plan if it scored high enough, if your board desired it to be there, something of that nature.
Okay. So in this case, about the wood burning appliances is in the plan at a glance, and that's part of the strategy, but it's not in the overall work plan that we're going to be using.
Correct.
Okay.
The work plan, again, it serves as a parking lot. It's a holding area, holding tank of what we came out to, of what came out of this plan, out of community input and requirements for, making sure that the climate action plan addresses the general plan. The general plan outlined things that had to do. So the Appendix C is where we put all that information, scored it all, and then we selected items, as I've said, to be the work plan. And the work plan ongoing is to be governed by, is at the direction of your board.
Okay, so all the questions I have were related to
Okay,
this.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I do have a couple questions.
Sure.
Quincy, on the website, it's going to be the lined out version one, the one that shows the
Yep.
lines, the redactions.
Mhm.
Page 48 of the PDF.
Of the PDF?
Let me know when you're there.
Yep, just a second. Top of the page is local emissions gap.
Emissions gap, right.
Okay, yep, with you.
So when I look at the table 2.4, Tuolumne County greenhouse gas local emissions gap. So I'm looking at the business as usual. So that's if we were to not do anything, right? And then the next one down is legislative adjusted business as usual emissions. So the next line down is the legislators get involved. They have these, they've adjusted the emission standard. And so now we see a drop over the course of 2030, 2040, 2050. And then as you go to the bottom of the chart, there's the local emissions gap. So by 2030, it shows the local emissions gap of 155, 168, and then 260 by 2040, and then by 2050 to 402. So you see this, you see the gap increasing.
Yep.
My question is, let's just start with 2030 because it applies to 2040, 2050. The 2030 date of that 155, 168, everything that we're talking about here in this CAP, when you combine all the potential mitigating measures and things that we may implement, how do I know what those emissions are and how much it will offset that gap of, they say it's 155. I don't even know how they got to 155, which has been part of my struggle this whole time. But how do I know as a policy, okay, we've created 50,000 of the 155 and we're going to offset that 155. Is my question making sense?
It makes sense. And I'm going to have our fantastic consultants who are on our Zoom link help me out with that one.
Sure.
So I got Hannah and Honey from Ascent Environmental. And I'll just preface this by saying this firm was selected because not only because of their experience in preparing climate action plans in rural communities, but also because they brought along with them a public outreach firm that specialized in community outreach and was tremendously helpful in this process. So Hannah or Honey, I see you guys up there.
Yes, thank you, Quincy. Good morning, members of the board. So in regards to table 2-4, the local emissions gap, I'm happy to answer any questions about kind of how we got to those numbers. But essentially in chapter 5, in the implementation chapter, you'll see a discussion about how on a semi-regular basis, the county should be updating the greenhouse gas emissions inventory. And so that's kind of that checkpoint of how much have we reduced greenhouse gas emissions since the last time we checked in. So we would be looking at progress towards that 155,000 metric ton gap over time. So by implementing all of the different actions in the climate action plan, we wouldn't assign a value to each of those actions until we did a holistic, comprehensive greenhouse gas emissions update at a future time.
Okay. And I guess that's kind of my concern is if we don't know the emissions that we're putting off now and we don't know what the mitigating measures are going to be that will offset those, at what point are we going to get that data and how do we get that? Like when is that going to take place and how?
So the greenhouse gas emissions inventory has been done, and then all of the forecasts and the target setting has also been done.
Okay.
So that's really what you're seeing in table 2-4. So the only thing you're not seeing is a numeric value assigned to each of the policies in the cap of how much that's going to reduce emissions.
Okay, sorry. So do we know what the total is, what our baseline is right now when you include it all in compared to that 155, 168?
So right now, you're just at your baseline level. So essentially what happens is if the county were to take no action locally, you can expect your emissions to be 568,000 metric tons in 2030. But ideally, they're actually 413,000 metric tons because that would align with your reduction target, which is aligned to the state.
So that 155 is the metric tons.
Exactly.
And right now we are at, what was that number? I'm sorry, we're at right now?
Right now we are at 664,000 based on the 2019 inventory, but we project that to be reduced over time because there are policies and programs in place at the state and federal level which will reduce emissions in Tuolumne County even if no local action is taken.
Right, which is that legislative adjusted business as usual column, correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't know if I guess what I'm trying to understand is moving forward, if we implement these things, I don't know how much it's gonna cut that metric tons, and I guess that's what I'm struggling with trying to understand.
If I could jump in for a second. So I think one way that we've addressed that is we've scored in the Appendix C, one of the criteria we've used qualitatively is its effect, is a measure's efficiency. And so based on a sense experience and other climate action plans, we can look and go, this is a great idea, but we don't get a lot of bang for our buck out of it. This is maybe a stronger idea, we're gonna get more bang for our buck out of it. So we've done it at a qualitative level, not a quantitative level. And one of the implementation tasks is when we do implement an action item is to look at the efficiency of it. And so, we don't want to be working on things that aren't going to move us towards our target.
Sure. I don't know if I'm asking the question. I'm gonna chew on it a little bit longer.
Yeah, keep going.
But thank you for the info. So 664, and that's our baseline. Quincy, one thing that you said when you're giving the presentation is obviously if the board were to adapt the CAP, the only way that anything gets enforced is through code or ordinance. But in the, in the memo, you kind of give, we have the example of Pinecrest. Like if we have a new Pinecrest development and, it's in the memo. So by adopting this policy, can you explain to me, isn't it basically being enforced? Because if a development comes in, we are basically holding them to that standard through the cap, so.
Okay, so let's talk about two different things. One is policies that are going to be applied countywide. Like if the board passed a policy that says everyone has to ride a bike and to put it in ordinance code, we're going to enforce that everyone has to ride a bike. What your question is related to is a development process. Okay, so I'm going to answer the question from that angle. And it's a CEQA, and California Environmental Quality Act. One of the resource areas that we're required to evaluate is a project's impact on greenhouse gas emissions, either numerically, qualitatively, through policies. And so I gave the example in the document to try to help walk you through what that would look like in terms of if we got a development project for a resort in Pinecrest. And Hannah, I think staff gave you a minute to get ready, so I'm going to have Hannah further answer your question.
Okay.
Sure. So the threshold that we were able to derive are based on substantial evidence. And so that meets the legal requirements of CEQA when you're setting a numeric threshold of significance. We're not putting those as thresholds to be adopted by the board. They are simply there as informational items that a project developer could rely on and have that kind of legal backing of the individual thresholds because they've been based on a locally specific greenhouse gas emissions inventory and locally specific reduction targets. And that's what projects that have been litigated in the past, that's what the court has said. So essentially we are just providing a means by which future development can use those thresholds, but they are by no means required to. Without the use of these thresholds, there is not something comparable that's available locally. And so projects may have to do more to mitigate their emissions to demonstrate a less than significant impact with regards to climate change.
Okay. And then that kind of brings me to my last question, which is, on the Pinecrest example, it gave the metric tons of 20.70. It said, if they're development, they have to meet that threshold. But that 20.70, when I look at PDF 1 on page 115, that's a 2030. I want to make sure I'm understanding this right. That's a 2030 threshold, correct? So I guess my question would be, the Pinecrest is kind of like a hypothetical situation, which I appreciate. It kind of made me understand. But, we just approved some developments the last 2, 3, 4 years. If I'm a developer now moving forward, like let's just take Terry V, for example, and now I have these 2030, 2040, 2050, but are we now holding developers today to this 2030, 2040, 2050, that metric? And I guess my question would be, if we are, it would be great to know if Terra V would have been able to actually do the development if they had to meet these strict standards in today's world, if this was approved. Would they be able to mitigate it to meet these numbers, and I don't know.
So Hannah, I'll let you answer that, but I'll jump in. In the Terra V EIR, because there were no local thresholds out of an abundance of conservative analysis, GHG impacts were declared a significant and unavoidable impact. And so we did that in the EIR. So they did do mitigation, but it was not, the impact was so great based on the methodology that we used that they couldn't mitigate to a less than significant level. So Hannah, I'll let you take any other parts you want to add in there.
Sure, yeah. So on the question of kind of 2030, when you're evaluating a project's greenhouse gas emissions, you need to look at when the project becomes operational and how much emissions it's going to generate in that year. So we are putting this project together hypothetically saying, if this were to become operational in the year 2030, the 2030 threshold that's provided in the cap would apply. Rather than that threshold becomes smaller and smaller the further out you get to align with state greenhouse gas reduction targets that are getting more stringent. So any development project has to show that it's consistent with applicable plans and policies for climate change when it becomes operational. So it's not, in this specific instance, I'm not sure what the operational date was, but they would have had to evaluate in that year what's their impact.
So would that developer would they be looking at the local emissions gap, or would they be looking at the legislative adjusted business as usual? Because that's where I have some I need to understand that better, because if the legislators have put forth emission standards, are we basically going above and beyond with this, or could that developer just go with that 2030 at 568 and not the see if I'm making sense.
Yeah,
Am
so
I making sense?
that table is looking at the entire Tuolumne County. It's not looking at what the metric is that a developer would use. So instead, it's that table that's on page 115 of the PDF that you were mentioning. Those are designed to take that table 2-4 and kind of boil it down to what would an individual project need to do to be consistent with that table. So what we're showing is on a per service population metric, a per capita metric, or a per employee metric, depending on what type of development you are proposing, you would have a different set of thresholds that you would apply, but all of these are related to the local emissions gap. They're all based on those numbers.
Okay, you may have just said it, I want to clarify. So the thresholds on PDF 115, those thresholds, are those the legislative adjusted business thresholds, or are those us trying to shore up that gap? Or a combination of both?
It's what is new development's fair share of meeting that gap. So not all of the gap should be borne by new development. Some of it should be borne by existing development. That's pursuant to how this generally works.
And
so we have taken a subset that we think will be attributable to new development, and that's that first line of that GHG emissions efficiency thresholds line. And that's the metric that we're using to then derive those thresholds.
So this is locally for our local emissions gap.
Correct.
So what if this number is going to be, you say it's not, but what if it's going to be unduly shared by new development and thus not be attainable by development? I guess so I could reduce that. We could have a conversation about reducing that 20.70 to make sure it's still feasible for a developer to come in and spread that somewhere else.
So that is specific to only new development. It does not include any burden on existing development. This is just what we are projecting based on the general plan buildup of how much new development we anticipate to be constructed in Tuolumne County. It's just associated with that. So we're not looking at the whole pie of here's Tuolumne County's emissions in the future. We're just looking at the future emissions associated with new development.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'll leave it at that for my questions right now. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if that's Hannah or Honey, but thank you. Jaren, did you have a question? No? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna do comments.
Yeah, wonder if we're doing comments before or after.
Yeah, I was gonna, if you guys are cool with that, I was gonna do comments before, or not comments, I was gonna do public questions. Cool. Okay, so that being said, I'm gonna open up to the public. Again, I know there's a lot of folks who have opinions in here, so please keep it to 3 minutes. At 2 minutes, you'll hear a beep, and then I will keep everybody to the 3-minute mark. So, Alexander, take it away. Let me get you on mute. Hold on a sec. There we go. Go for it.
Okay, so the first thing I'd like to say is, for the record, I have read the entire document, and I'm a little disappointed in the public slander of a person trying to belittle someone and saying they haven't read a document on other issues when I actually have. So I find that highly concerning with the board, and especially not able to refute that at the other time of when you guys were saying that. So I just want to say that first. And I also wanted to make a few points. David Goldenberg, he made some rhetorical questions for Quincy Yaley, basically trying to say all our concerns were invalid. But I think you are asking the wrong person, Mr. Goldenberg, and the reason why is because Quincy Yaley, she has been part of environmental groups, and the consultants are actually an environmental group. So I believe they're biased, and I believe they're not impartial for this plan. And this plan is a very dangerous plan, over 120 pages, and it basically is setting the policy. So what is the definition of policy? Policy is basically what a government plans on doing. So even if it doesn't happen right away, that means you're planning on it and you're going to be doing it very soon. Such as when the federal government, when they set a policy, they don't do it just for fun. They do it for a reason, so they can start implementing that policy. And there was actually a page on implementation and other things as well in this slideshow presentation. So that's pretty concerning as well, because people like their wood burning stoves. I know Quincy said we made a fact saying, oh, we're not going to take away wood burning stoves, but it says in the document to replace wood burning stoves, so you're setting the policy in place to do that later. And other counties that have passed similar plans already, such as Stanislaus, they're actually getting fines if they are burning wood in their stoves. So I feel this plan is completely nuts, it's completely crazy, and I can't believe you're even putting this on the table, especially with the price of gasoline right now. People can barely afford to go to work, to travel, to do anything, and you're just going to create more strain on the people, for the people in Tuolumne County. And do you guys really want to live with that? Basically making it so more people have to go homeless with more stringent regulations, more regulations. Is that always the answer, more regulation? Well, I don't think it is. We're seeing what it's doing. It's hurting the people, and the people are going to really pay if you vote yes on this completely nutty plan. And also another thing, she says we're taking the whole environmental impact of Tuolumne County. Oh, so you're including the federal land, such as Yosemite National Park, where there's a lot of traffic there, a lot of emissions. You're including that, places you don't even have control of. Very odd.
Thank you very much. All right, good morning.
Thank you. I just want to say policies have consequences, and a couple of things I wanted to point out that you asked some very tough questions to Mrs. Yaley in regards to the plan. Under the work cited at the end of the plan, the United Nations Paris Agreement is listed as work cited, and also ICLEI, which is an international organization. So I just want to make that clear. And also, the Rockefeller Foundation founded. The funds come from the Rockefeller Foundation for the resiliency centers. It doesn't come from the state. The funds come from the Rockefeller Foundation. If you go to your meeting video back in August, director, I think her name Maureen Frank, corrected Supervisor Half on this issue because she was not aware where the funds were coming from, and she did state that they're coming from the Rockefeller Foundation. Is also, the information is readily available online as well. It is clear that the Climate Action Plan seeks to limit our mobility and freedom by ushering us into the failing electrical grid for all of our powering needs. It is not about climate, it's about control. Unfortunately, this plan is also bringing the social engineering agenda, which is a key part of the Great Reset. More than 2 years ago, the infamous Great Reset was announced by the WEF, World Economic Forum. Key leaders from the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, the British Monarchy, the WEF, and yes, the Chinese Communist Party, all have been working on this agenda since the height of the COVID pandemic. As part of the Great Reset agenda, something known as ESG investing has been introduced. The acronym stands for Environmental, Social, and Corporate Governance. As we shift away from cash due to failing currencies, including the US dollar, we're moving toward a new system of global control under a technology called Central Bank Digital Currency, or CBDC. Once we're all on the grid and we become a cashless society, we'll be under the absolute control of the powers that be. Think of it as a social credit system score, like the Chinese Communist Party uses to grade the 1.4 billion victims. Every transaction will be based on a score provided by the amount of your carbon emissions and other factors such as compliance to the new social governance. In addition, the United States Securities and Exchange Commission is working to mandate all sorts of ESG disclosures. For example, companies will be forced to disclose their emissions. All suppliers, including farms, will have to start tracking their own emissions. As over 100 members of Congress and the American Farm Bureau pointed out, these will destroy small and even medium-sized businesses that simply will not be able to track that. Under the same premise, the Climate Action Plan's revision provided an example of how the plan will apply to a development project, stating that the total emissions of a development project will need to be consistent with the action plan, Climate Action Plan. This will certainly make the housing crisis worse and eliminate businesses and contribute to homelessness. The revision also mentions SURF, which is a Soviet model.
Sorry, Maria. 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Vote no on this plan, please.
Thank you. All right.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that what Mr. Goldenberg was telling Quincy Yaley, I think is a falsehood, because truthfully, if they're not banning it now, you're not going to be able to buy it in the store. You're not going to be able to buy a gasoline chainsaw, lawnmower. You're not going to be able to go down and get a new wood-burning fireplace. You're not going to be able to do any of these things that you guys think that's going to be readily available later on. So, you know, just to get that clear, that's how they get around that. They might say they're not banning it now, but when you can't buy it and you can't get it sent to your house from out of state, you know, that's how they're gonna circumvent, you know. So no new products for you, you know, and truthfully, this is just a communist agenda, and I know you guys took an oath to the Constitution, and if you guys really look into it, this is just a play on the power, you know, to take everything from us, you know, and when we don't have anything, it's like my wife said, you know, we're not going to have anybody, you know, to, you know, represent us with this regionalization that you guys are looking to pass on, you know. I mean, there's going to be unintended consequences when the voters not even going to be able to vote on anything. It's just going to be regional, you know. They're going to combine the counties, and, you know, then this is just a Soviet model, you know, where we're going to own nothing and be happy about it, you know. So I think you guys need to really think deep and look into yourself and realize you guys are going to have to live with this. You know, I know you guys, some of you have young kids just like me, and, you know, if you want to have a good future for this area, I think vote no. And I will suggest all of you, all three of you, including Ryan Campbell, please vote no. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, John Buckley, CSERC. Speakers have already shared misinformation, such as claiming planning staff is a member of environmental groups and stating continued conspiracy theory claims. In reality, this board has a very narrow agenda to consider. Should you approve the revised climate action plan in order to comply with county general plan direction as explained by your staff? Planning staff has obviously made a painstaking effort to sanitize the CAP plan, to revise wording, to attempt to reduce controversy, and to underscore that the CAP is not eliminating firewood burning nor forcing any other regulations or requirements on anyone. That is the key point I restate and urge you to recognize. As Quincy pointed out, the CAP is not a mandate to do anything. It adds no new regulations. The CAP was created to be guidelines with a suite of strategies and measures that may assist the county in reducing emissions. It also provides a possible list of options that developers may find useful in the future if they're looking for mitigation measures. Any target for greenhouse gas emissions or any strategy or measures are simply part of the overall guidelines for what the county may choose to do if funding and board support allows. There is no consequence for not meeting any stated objective. In particular, to clarify, there's no mandate to meet any target. So having an emission gap, Supervisor Kirk, or a target for greenhouse gas emission reductions that some believe is unreachable, it doesn't matter in any way. This is simply a list of guidelines where the progress is to make reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. There's no consequence if there's a gap or if the emissions are not fully met. The emission reduction aspirations or the goals to reduce inefficient heating or cooling in county buildings or the objective to increase transit ridership are all possible measures or actions that the county can choose from if they want to. Again, the key matter before the board for your consideration is not whether any of your constituents disbelieve in climate change, whether the county deserves more credit for partnering with YSS on forest treatments, or whether you like or dislike the governor or state policies. The subject matter is consideration for whether this revised cap is appropriately written and sufficient to meet the legal requirement of the county's general plan. I encourage the board to approve it and move on to other matters. Thank you.
Mr. Buckley's statement about it being a conspiracy theory of any sort is a lie. Apparently, there's no critical thinking done in his mind about what's going on in the world. As far as the Netherlands, they make up half of the world's food. Those people are scared because people are going to starve in Europe. And look at the restrictions on the farmers here. Also, that photo you had of downtown Sonora, flooding, it's been doing that since the 1800s. I got pictures. Ask Dembacker, his flooding office, every 6 years. I also have a question about this again. Why does her memo say that biomass has been approved when we don't have any record of it? And I also want to point out that when the Planning Commission went ahead and okayed this cap, that they failed to mention any of the callers that were against the cap. They only said members of the public discussed the need for more sustainable environment, blah, blah, blah. She also left out the part that Commissioner Jordan was concerned that his computer might be subpoenaed in court. Why would he be worried about that? I want to point out, too, that wells do not dry up completely. That's the U.S. Geological Society survey, whatever you want to call it. They have said that human error often causes wells to dry up. Another reason could be the water leaks from the pips between the well pump and the pressure tank. I want to know if any of these wells were tested by this task force that's supposed to be going out and finding out. All of these things that are listed just don't hold water, so to speak. I also want to point out that the National Weather Service changed the dates of when they decide how much rainfall amounts to how much water we have. Mysteriously, they never answered that question to any of the climatologists in the state of California. They changed the dates to reflect a lie. We are fighting our own government here, and we will make sure that if you make the wrong decision today, that we will remove all of you from office.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board. I appreciate the fact that as a board, you agreed to review the CAP plan and take community concerns into consideration. After reviewing the updated CAP, I still have some concerns. If you approve this CAP as is, surely you must realize that your decisions in committing the community to this plan as outlined, with the restrictions it brings, will also affect you and your families long term. The greenhouse gas reduction figures are still unrealistic. The plan calls for a reduction of 38% of 2019 figures by 2030, 59% by 2040, and 79% by 2050. The 2019 assessment by Ascent Environmental shows a total of 664,000 metric tons used in Tuolumne County. We are expected to go from 664,000 to 412,000 in 7 years. For 1990 to 2019, that's 20 years, our figures only saw a 2% reduction. Getting to a 38% reduction by 2030 is an unrealistic expectation unless there are alternative fuel sources to fill the gap, including biomass, solar, wind, and green hydrogen that we're talking about. It appears we are headed for certain failure. These goals will require a 38% reduction in driving, eating, water consumption, electricity, and waste, our everyday basic living. The CAP states 150 people were engaged during the pre-planning sessions for collaboration between the community, the county, and stakeholders. Original workshops were conducted in February, April, and May 2021 during COVID, primarily online. Many folks had no access to the internet or Zoom. All the community outreach, public notices, and website setups were done during the time people were told to shelter in for safety reasons. 150 people is only 0.002% of over 70,000 residents. That is not a representative sampling of our county. It is my opinion that all these conditions led to many people not fully understanding what a climate action plan was and what the impact would be. For the above stated reasons, I request you to vote no to approving the CAP at this time. Please consider the following suggestion. The county to conduct several town hall meetings with community participation, not a complaint session, rather a brainstorming session, using a moderator, asking for collaborative ideas on how to reduce emissions. The main goal is to bring ideas and suggestions to the table. I believe a more collective approach with a larger group, now that more people know what a CAP is, will be a better way to create a realistic plan that we can all be successful at. I think most people want to do their part to help improve the environment where they can. Thank you for your time.
Morning.
Morning, Todd Robin for the record. You want to take our fireplaces and you want to remove our off-road vehicles. These are lies. How dare you?
Hey, bro.
Come on, that was a little tribute to Greta.
Hey,
what's her name?
We're not gonna. Excuse
Greta
me.
Thunberg. Come on, I'm
That's
having
fine,
a little
but
fun.
We're not gonna scare the hell out of people in the room, so let's cool it down.
Did everybody like that? It was a little tribute to Greta Thunberg. How dare you? Having a little fun. Look at this.
All right, time out.
Here's
Hey,
the deal. You
here's the
guys
deal.
are so
No,
afraid
here's
of us
the deal.
because we're
Here's the
coming up
deal.
here.
Hold on,
Put my
hold on.
time back on,
Hold on.
please.
We're gonna take a break. You're gonna come back in and address the board without scaring people and screaming, and we'll go from there. Okay?
Hey, come on. Look.
Todd, so we're gonna
How
take.
dare you?
We're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then we're gonna give you. You're gonna start all over with your whole 3 minutes. But we're not gonna. This isn't a circus here, okay? So
I'm
that's
not
it.
making a circus.
5-minute break. 5-minute. All right. If you are a board member in the room, we're going to get started in about 30 seconds. We're going to start in 20 seconds. All right, we ready? Looks like we got the board members. Okay, we're gonna open it back up. Again, I just wanna remind everybody, I just gotta say it, nobody wants to come into the local government and have to jump out of their seats. I appreciate the gesture, but I don't appreciate it. So please keep our comments calm, cool, collected. I love the passion and I love everybody's opinions, but it's got to be reciprocal. So with that being said, I'm going to give you your full 3 minutes back, and if I'll just leave it at that. So thank you. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. Let me get your mic on. Go ahead.
It's not what you say, it's who you say, who says it. Anyways, back to what I was here to talk on. Climate Action Plan. And wow, I think some of these people, and tell me if I'm wrong, they're affiliated with the Sierra Club and other groups out of Berkeley, environmental groups that may have an agenda, like taking our wood-fired stoves. I mean, everything they're saying is opposite of what I've read. I mean, I read that the number one priority was to remove the off-road vehicles. And then as far as the fireplaces, what I read was that they weren't concerned with the outside particles. It was the indoor particles, which makes no sense, right? You know, fireplaces, the output is the smoke. That doesn't go in the house. Anyways, I don't believe anything that they're saying because I've gone ahead and looked it up. And sure enough, yeah, the Rockefeller even sent you guys that. It's true. Rockefeller Foundation is funding these resiliency centers. And there's something going on. And what I'm asking for is it show us the money. Show us the money. The paper trail, right? Where's the money coming from? Because, you know, John Buckley, you know, he did say, and I realize it was a Freudian slip, but at the meeting a few weeks ago, he did admit that the money comes from foreign governments. And if it doesn't, then just show me I'm wrong, and I won't get up here and keep on saying this, but he said that. It's on the recording. I sent you the email. You know, that's what he said. And again, if I'm wrong, and we're all wrong, and this is some conspiracy, then show us the money, right? And here's the other thing, and this is a real important point. Everybody's worried about the wood stoves and the OHVs, chainsaws, generators, lawnmowers. Why don't you just make a proclamation that says you're not going to remove those? You did? You mean? Oh, you're going to. Okay, if you did, then that's great. I don't know about that. So if you made that as a proclamation, then we'll look into that. And maybe that'll settle people down. And I wanted to make sure you guys watch this movie by Michael Moore, who's a liberal filmmaker. I like some of his movies, but the one I do like is Planet of the Humans, and it talks about this stuff, about the biomass facilities, and they're not what they're made out to be. None of this stuff is, the electrical cars and the solar panels. You need to watch the movie because it shows that it's being, the money's coming from the petroleum companies and the whole thing's a scam. So I encourage you to watch that. And geoengineering, that is what you need to do is go to geoengineeringwatch.org and watch the dimming because the government even admitted to controlling the atmosphere. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
How dare you?
Supervisor Kirk, maybe
Sorry,
take
time out.
another break, please. We just need to rearrange some staff placements.
Okay. We're going to take another break. I guess I'll understand why, but let's take 5 minutes enough? Is it IET? Do we have 5 minutes enough? Okay. All right, so we're just simply moving some equipment from this table to this table, so that'll just take a minute. Once we're done with that, we'll continue on. So just be patient with us for a second. Public comment. So, ma'am, welcome.
Opportunity to speak. My name is Christy Conforti. I'm the public policy advocate for the Blue Zones Project in Tuolumne County. We are a community-wide, community-led health and well-being initiative, and our goal is to make healthy choices easy in the community. We are in support of this climate action plan, specifically the active transportation piece in the health and health strategy section. Our goal is to bring healthy choices to the community. That includes walking and biking. We're not out to make people bike either, but we believe that having access, safe and accessible access to walking and biking paths is very important for the health and well-being of our community. I'm sorry, Quincy's not in here. I want to thank her and her team for putting together a very thoughtful plan. And our team is hopeful that you will vote yes on the climate action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
Good morning.
My name's Doug Milborn. I live up in Miwok, and I've lived here since 1987. And I'd like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to address you. My father joined the Marines when he was 17 years old, went to boot camp, then went to Hawaii for a year, then spent another year on a little island called Wake Island. And 8 hours after Pearl Harbor was struck, a third of the fleet that attacked Pearl attacked Wake. And it became the Alamo of the Pacific. The Japanese thought that they could take the island in 2 to 3 days easy, but the Marines had a different idea. They fought for 14 days with almost no sleep or food, and then surrendered. My father spent 44 months as a guest of the Japanese. He went from 165 pounds to 98. And he fought for this country and for its freedoms. He was proud for that to the day he died. And the reason I'm even here right now is because of a wood stove. My mother was born premature. She was a fraternal twin, and the other twin died, causing her mother's body to abort each of the children, the dead and my mother. My grandfather could hold her in his hand. She was so small. And in the middle of winter in Nebraska, they wrapped her in cloth and put her in a shoebox and put her behind the wood stove for the next 3 months, and she survived. I'm here because of a wood stove. And my children, and their children, and their children's children. And one of my grandsons is getting ready to be deployed as a Marine on his last deployment. They fought for these freedoms, and they fight for them today. Support those freedoms, I pray. Amen.
Hello, my name is Manny, and I'm an ecologist with CSIRC. I appreciate the work that the county has put into addressing recommendations made by the public to revise the Climate Action Plan. Although I would prefer to see the cap stronger, I support this plan and urge you to move it forward. Many Tuolumne County citizens are already doing personal actions and making choices that reduce the GHG emissions of their families. This plan will be another level of actions and opportunities for this board and will provide future boards a guideline and options that can be considered when appropriate and timely. Additionally, the cap could build upon the steps that many local citizens are already taking and open opportunities for the county to receive funding for projects and programs that would benefit our communities. Again, I thank you for the work the county has put into this plan and for considering CSIRC's suggestions. I urge you to approve the resolution.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Paul Bailey, and I live in Twain Harte, and I appreciate the board allowing me to speak this morning. I personally support the Climate Action Plan. I wish it was also a little bit stronger. It gives the county the flexibility and the guidance to come up with the plans for global greenhouse emissions and for climate change as a whole. It's either we're going to come up with a plan now and it's going to cost us less money with the plan in place now, or it's going to cost us an ungodly amount of money in the end. And we may not be able to foot that bill in the end. So I encourage you all to please say yes to the Climate Action Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Danae. I believe that we should not be voting on this plan yet, as the community is still learning about it, as well as it looks like the board is also learning about this. Geoengineering and weather manipulation is known, and it's known by the military. And I know there's some military here in Tuolumne County that have experienced that and know of it and have been affected by the geoengineering as well, health-wise. There's many questions in who's paying for many of this, the evaluations and so on of the emissions. I know a lot of talk about conspiracy theories, but do you know the difference between a conspiracy theory and the truth? It's usually 3 to 6 months now. I believe that once this is agreed upon, that there won't be any changes to this. And if there is changes, it's going to take a long time for the community to make those changes. Currently say that there won't be restrictions to the wood stoves and et cetera, but unless we have it in writing forever, that's not true. I vote no on this, and I hope the community, the community does actually, and I hope the board does as well. And the question is, what is the best interest of the community and not the best interest of the agenda and back pocket deals and so on, because we know anything that the state touches is usually corrupt. This is a scary situation with this, and we all enjoy this small community, and I would hate to see it be taken over by this plan. Thank you.
So I work 2 jobs, and I have a severely disabled son that I take care of in most of the rest of my free time. So full disclosure is I did not read this entire thing like Alex and many other people here who took the time to actually do that, and I commend them for standing up for me and other members of this community and advocating for us. And I suppose the fact that I did not read the whole thing should probably mean that I get scolded or not be allowed to talk or something like that, as was suggested. However, I guess it's tit for tat, since I basically, in so many words, accused you guys of not reading the contract that you actually voted on last week. So there you have it. I would like to specifically address, though, even though I haven't read this whole thing, the one slide that was in relation to developments and CEQA and restrictions that are put on to developers and builders for projects. And that particular slide mentioned additional planning and additional oversights. And I find it quite ironic that we are, looking at this particular, voting on something like this, when just last week we're sitting here spending the whole time talking about the homelessness and the housing crisis. I mean, this is going to negatively impact our housing situation in this county. There's no question about it. It's also going to negatively impact all of our local contractors. It's already hard enough to meet CEQA requirements. It's near impossible, actually, for local developers, of which I am one. I'm a very small one, but I'm most at risk of being pushed out because of stuff like this. It's going to be much easier for some large corporation who's building developments all over the country to move in and build some massive development. For them, they've got teams of lawyers and teams of planners and people who are engineers, and they can do these things. They can meet these requirements a lot easier than small developers like us. So we are essentially bidding out all the local workers and all the local contractors because we're not going to be able to meet these requirements. We already can't meet these requirements. I mean, CEQA is a ridiculous process. It takes years for most developers to get a project even planned. And here we are complaining about the homelessness and the housing problem, and now we're just going to add to it. That's the reason why we have a housing problem to begin with, is because it's overregulated. There are too many things that developers have to do, too many hoops they have to jump through, and so they shy away from projects. And our local contractors can't do it. So I implore you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. I understand this climate action plan is a roadmap for our community to help guide actions that could reduce local greenhouse emissions. Now, we are just one county of 58 counties. How could we do anything significant to help? What local actions will reduce statewide emissions? Since we live within the wildland-urban interface and the national forest is within our county boundaries, We should be focused on the emissions that can come from wildfires. Yes, I know that that's not part of the plan. The National Forest is federal property, so our county government does not have jurisdiction over that land. However, we as voters can demand our federal representatives to stop defunding the U.S. Forest Service, which it has been doing for the last 40 years, with both Republican and Democratic Congresses. But thinning the forest will not be enough for our community to survive. Certainly, as we have seen with previous local wildfires, the wind is our major enemy, as it is with most wildfires. So what would make a difference for our community to survive a wildfire and reduce emissions? Even though wildfires were not included in the cap, I would say we should include causes of wildfire. How many fires have been started by humans? These fires create the greatest greenhouse gas emissions. And is that where we need to start? By using a strategy, by reducing vegetation along the roadside, so that when a car, truck, or trailer with a chain must pull over to the side of the road, with that roadside having been maintained with mowed grass and reduced vegetation. Fires have been started with such incidents just this year. Or by educating hunters and campers about campfires during the fire season is a must. The Rim Fire and the Donnell fires alone were started in such a way. Or by providing free biomass dumping or curbside vegetation pickup makes it so accessible for our residents to not have unattended burn piles on individual properties, another cause of local fires. With those vegetation programs, we could reduce the biomass around our homes, reducing the chance of our structures catching on fire, another way to reduce wildfire greenhouse emissions. When our community works on the reduction of vegetation fuel, we reduce greenhouse emissions not only for our community, but for our state, our country, and Mother Earth. Let's just get started. People have worked on this plan for 2 years. We can change the plan. We can take the risk to try. Some things may not work, but other things will. We will evolve as we go through the process, but we cannot wait any longer. Vote yes to the Climate Action Plan, and thank you, staff, for all your hard work.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Don Nessel. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board. I also appreciate the fact that a couple weeks ago, or actually last week, I think, no, it was last month, when we talked about the Climate Action Plan, I spoke about wood stoves and outside burning. I don't believe you guys are lying here. I believe, because I read the changes that said we are not attacking wood stoves. As some people observed, there may be some sort of regulations in the future not allowing you to buy a new wood stove, but mine's lasted 20 years so far. I hope it will last another 20. So thank you. You actually made a change. I actually made a difference by coming forward and speaking, I think, and that you took that out of there. It's an important part. I agree with Anaya. Understanding this GHG emissions stuff is absolutely crazy. And anybody that would sign on to this feeling like you're really going to make a difference in that without some extraordinary amount of work and maybe increasing the size of government to hire the experts, to hire the people who will do the future assessments, who will do the future enforcement and so forth of greenhouse. This is a huge thing. And so I'm hoping that as you move forward in this and try to determine whether or not the state has made some wise decisions in limiting what you can do with your internal combustion engines, which we all love. I know every one of you guys and gals drive an internal combustion engine vehicle. You drove it here today. The electric vehicles are a scary thing because I talked about the infrastructure and how are we going to charge all those things every night? Ridiculous. We have hydrogen fuel and other different ways to go. There's a lot of work to be done. We can definitely try to make a change in the way the climate is in the future. I think it would be rather meager, but nonetheless, to be honored when someone is trying to really make a change, and let's do it together, and hopefully no crazy things come out of the federal and then state government, and then you feel you need to parrot that, at some point, you could probably say, we aren't going to do that. The state government is wrong on this. This isn't true science. I saw that you changed the way it was, that it is not across the board accepted. It's theoretical science based on what some people think is happening. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you for changing about the wood stoves and the outside burning. I can continue to clear my property and burn it right there. Hallelujah.
You would think it would get easier as I come up here. First, I want to say thank you to the gentleman, Semper Fi. My dad was in the Marines, so thank you. Made me cry. I could read all this and listening to what Quincy said, and I love Quincy. I swim with her, so this is such a hard situation here. But so I understood, I read it, and I understood it, but at the same time, I did not. But that's politics. That's California politics. What Anaya brought up, that's what also I read about projects in the future, as long as they remain within the cap threshold. What does that mean? So that was kind of bothersome. Then when I came to the whereas pages, and I appreciate that was your input saying that you listened to the people and you had the certain things, whereas we understand this, we recognize your concerns. But as I read it, it sort of reminded me, yes, you can keep your doctor kind of situation. It's like, I don't believe once it's set in stone, it's like, that's it. And that's kind of the way things are on the way politics are. God, I wish I wasn't so nervous. Also, I wanted to thank Supervisor Kirk, Supervisor Half, Supervisor Brandon for listening to the people. I wish you two would have also, I was going to say something, but prayers to you and your family, Supervisor Campbell. I just, obviously it's no on this, and thank you. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. 3 minutes isn't long enough to talk about this. I implore you to vote no. Vote no because there's no reason why you have to pass this today. It is seriously flawed. As a technical document, this is an embarrassment. It truly is. I wish Quincy was here. She's probably listening. And Quincy, you gave a lot of excuses about wildland fire isn't involved in this because it doesn't have to be, and all these other excuses. We can't put our fingers around it, can't do anything about it. In the whereas, as you talk about the recent University of California release of a study that says, in your words, has found that the 2020 wildfires in the state put twice as much greenhouse gas emissions into the Earth's atmosphere as the total reduction in such pollutants in California between 2003 and 2009. Twice as much as we did in 17 years with reductions. If you aren't including wildland fire, you're kidding yourself. Come on. Let's not play a game with this. Qualitative responses. After you have put that in there, and then you look back in the qualitative responses and you find that improved long-term forest resilience, increased forest resilience to wildfire, and managing vegetation to reduce wildfire risk, all got a qualitative response on greenhouse reduction potential of 1 bar. Give me a break. You know that isn't right. So why would you sign a document, approve a document you know is wrong, technically wrong? There isn't a lot of science in this. I'm a real scientist, an engineer, and a former corporate executive responsible for things. There's only 2 things that happen in life, folks: results and excuses. The guidelines put together by the state, you know and I know, are arbitrary, capricious, and unattainable. You put something together that's meaningful, that makes a difference. You don't have to kowtow to things. The state legislature wants to put all this stuff together, and the committees that do this, they're violating the laws of science if they think this is going to happen. Let's put some real meat in this. Let's not put something together. And by the way, your wording in some places a little flawed in the whereas. It says, does not require the removal of existing new stoves. What about existing old stoves? I'm just saying the wording isn't all that good. Folks, do the right thing. Send this back and ask them to do a serious job and make it happen right. If we're going to apply or approve a climate action plan, make it a real plan, not a guideline.
I saw that in the whereas as well, so we'll change that, I'm sure. Go ahead.
In the board memo, there is an example of building a proposed 150-room hotel in Pinecrest. The example states that to be consistent with the cap and for its impacts to be less than significant, the project would be limited to 2,070 metric tons of CO2 equivalent per year. So I had to ask myself, what is 2,070 MTCOE per year in the context of a new building? And what is the cost of achieving this goal? Well, I really don't know. Do you know? The example stops short of explaining what mitigation measures might be necessary or any concept of the added cost. Your board has been trying very hard to address the housing shortage, including workforce and affordable housing. Since no studies to the contrary have been published, I can only assume that the cap will add significantly more cost to construction, which will further exacerbate the problem. Developers understand these things and will shift efforts to counties which are not being as aggressive with their climate action plans, or maybe just move to a different state. On top of this, the CAP proposes to start implementing the 2030 targets next year in 2023. I would strongly recommend that you conduct a feasibility and affordability analysis on the impacts of the proposed requirements on building before you move forward. Thank you.
Good morning, Supervisor. I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog. I'm much better awake now. I wish I could talk like everybody else when addressing the board because they're very, very articulate, but I can't because I'm a Commodore with a 12th grade education and a community college dropout. And the gentleman who spoke about his father at Wake Island, that was very, very thank you for saying that. And this entire room went dead quiet while you were speaking, when you brought up Wake Island. And thank you for all those words. And yes, your father and everybody, and all past wars that came past, they did not fight for this country. So you borders could go and make a decision on this climate action plan. And I had you legally served yesterday, 5 pages. Your legal staff is still going over it. It's going to take some time. And I'm urging you to postpone the vote today, wait to next week, the 15th of November. And I made a mistake on my paperwork. Vote on it next month of December 6th and scrap it altogether. Just cancel it. I read the entire document. It's really bad. So, my time-wise, I'm nearsighted. I gotta see. Okay, I still got time. Now, public draft on your, let's see, public draft Tuolumne County Climate Action. You said you had on page 1 and 1 and 6 and 1 and 7. And they listed Assembly Bills 32, and then in September 2016, Senate Bill, California, 32. November of 2017, they had Senate Bill 32 and adoption legislation of 1482. Okay, all that's all in violation. That Cohen versus Virginia, 19 U.S. 6 weed, that 1821. That's illegal under that U.S. Supreme Court ruling. And also, you have cattle ranchers have a legal right to walk their cattle in the backwoods of Tuolumne County, just like dog owners walk their dogs on trailheads in the foothills. The right to travel is part of the liberty of which a citizen cannot be deprived without due process of law under the Fifth Amendment. Kent versus Dulles, 357 U.S. 1958. And so I'm out of time. I thank you for your time. That's part of my paperwork. Thank you.
All right, is there any other public comment in the room? Okay, do we have any on Zoom? And we do have some on Zoom. How many do we have? Okay. All right, so we'll go to Zoom. Yep. All right. Hello, Zoom. You're on with the board. If you could unmute.
Good morning. I think I am unmuted.
There you go. Yep.
I just have a couple quick comments. I appreciated Mr. Supervisor Goldenberg's questions. I'd also been hearing about the wood stoves. I'm 61 years old, and my entire life we've heated our homes with wood stoves. My husband and I moved here so that we could appreciate the clean air and the water. We want it to stay that way. So when we moved here, we did a lot of research and we picked the most fuel efficient, cleanest burning wood stove that we could. We also appreciate Yosemite and Pinecrest and understand, as Supervisor Goldenberg did, I'm going to quote him here. He said that he wanted to protect and enhance the tourists and the residents. And I think that that's something that we absolutely need to do. I do not believe that it's going to cause the destruction of all future building projects here. We just need to build carefully. We have a grandson that's almost 2 and he's going to be coming to visit us for Thanksgiving. We want him to be able to continue coming to visit us for years and years and years and have the same clean air and quality that we do. Somebody talked about not being able to order things out of state. Yes, it is a tiny bit frustrating when Amazon says that I can't ship something to California, but then I do a little bit of research and I discover some alternatives or find a way that we can substitute that responsibly. There's been a lot of discussions about wood stoves, but from what I understand, it's not going to affect wood stoves. It's not going to affect lawnmowers or chainsaws or wood splitters. So I'm not sure why that keeps coming up as part of the discussion. Tongue in cheek, I would also like to ask your supervisors to ban wildfires. I know that that's probably out of your purview, but I would like to ask you to ban wildfires so that we don't need to continue having this discussion. Obviously, I support the CAP amendment most strongly, and I ask that your board pass it, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
All right. Who do we have next?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're on with the board.
Great. This is Nan Fuller. And first, I'd like to thank you for creating this climate action plan. I know it's been years in the making, and I agree with the previous speaker that the longer we delay in coming up with an action to take, the more expensive it will be. And I feel that it's not really going to be so costly and detrimental as a lot of people fear, because we'll get grants that are available. It will allow us to qualify for grants, and it will increase the quality of our life here. We won't have to worry so much about getting fire insurance if we have a good clearance around our homes paid for, if we have access and egress to our communities. I live in Cedar Ridge, and we have serious problems with getting out if there's a fire. So if we have a plan for that, that's to my benefit. So there are a lot of good things that I expect to get from this plan. That said, I have some comments. I was looking at the action plan work plan, and on measure 2.2 action 221, it said that you were going to be doing a study of all the buildings and having a detailed plan for retrofitting them. And I'm concerned that you're going to do a study of all the buildings, but only address 25% of them in the first 10 years. So please don't do a study of all the buildings and then redo it in 10 years. Just study the most bang for your buck buildings. Maybe I misread that, but let's be smart about our studies. And then the other thing I'd like to talk about is livestock management under Measure 1.1, Action 112. It mentions in there protecting soil and water, and currently livestock are free to graze in sensitive meadow environments, and that degrades the ecosystem and the ability of the soil to retain water and support the habitat. So I encourage the county to consider that protecting the soil and water and look at protecting those meadows. There's no problem with letting the cattle graze in other less fragile areas, but please consider that. And then also on Measure 3.2, increasing soil organic matter and carbon content. It seems to focus on farmers, yet I think that there are a lot of home gardeners who would really appreciate some support for how to sequester carbon and be more sensitive to their environment. So please do outreach to people, private citizens as well. Finally, I just hope that you'll have opportunities for the public, well-publicized opportunities for the public to contribute their ideas when you actually implement strategies for this. And that's all I really have to say besides thank you for doing this plan. It is just a plan, and I hope that we can all work together proactively to come up with something that we all agree to. Vote yes. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. You're on with the board.
Yes, good morning. Yeah, I'm a resident of the county, and I just wanted to thank you for having the plan, and I wanted to ask you to vote for the plan. It's undeniable that climate change is happening. Our heat waves are getting worse. The droughts are getting worse. The snow line is receding. Our snowpack is getting lower and lower. And we can't just keep burying our heads in the sand. We have to do something about it. We have to adapt, and we have to take measures to try to prevent the worst outcomes. And this plan isn't perfect, but it's a start. And I just wanted to thank you and to encourage you to pass it. Thanks.
This is Keith Martin, and I've sent an email to the members of the board. I support passing the climate action plan. I've done a lot of hiking in the Sierra Nevada over many years, mountaineering, and I've watched as the glaciers on Lyell Peak and Conness Peak have been melting away. So it's real. As a community, by passing this plan, we take charge of our own future. And I have faith in the democratic action and on this board. If there's something in the plan that doesn't work, I have faith that it can be changed. But the first thing we got to do is get the plan passed. So thank you.
Hi, my name's Jessie Williams. I'm calling in just to say I appreciate board staff and the board taking time to review this plan and make changes that they felt needed to be made, but to also support passing the plan. The longer we take to pass this plan, the more money we're throwing out the window through government grants, through measures that will actually make our community safer. And I feel that going down the hole of conspiracy theories to ignore a much needed plan, and one that's required of us from the state to receive grants that fund roads and fund fire mitigation, which we badly need here, is a disservice to our community. I beg that you pass this plan and get it out there and get it working. Thank you. That's all.
Any others? Okay, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. I understand there's no more on Zoom. What's up? Close, yes, I'm gonna close the public hearing. Okay, so looking at the time, I know we have a 1:30 appointment, so I would hope that we can, I don't think we're gonna finish this between now and 12, but if you guys are okay, maybe go till 12:30 at the latest. Try and come to some sort of conclusion by then. Okay, if we're not able to end it by 12:30, or come to a majority vote, then we'll break for lunch at 12:30. We gotta let staff have their break, and then we would come back to our 1:30, and then we'd have to come back and finish off the climate action plan discussion. So I just want to keep that in mind as we move forward. So that being said, I'm gonna bring it back to the board. I started down here earlier with questions, so I'm gonna start over here. If there's any closing questions or comments, Quincy's here. So Supervisor Brand, would you like to go first?
I was probably surprised, but I got a number. If possible, I prefer to go last, see if some of the points are covered.
Okay. Would you, Supervisor Half? Statement? Okay. Any questions? Sometimes questions come up because of public comment, so I just want to make sure. So, okay, then let's just do comments then. So who would like to go first? Sure. Supervisor Goldberg, take it away.
All right. As discussed earlier, there's a lot of concern in this area. But, you know, I feel that it's very important that I state that climate change is having an effect, and it's affecting our lives throughout the county in a number of different ways. You know, my own background with CAL FIRE, when we look at what's been occurring with fires in more recent years, we've been having incredibly disastrous fires. Temperatures at night are staying very warm up till 11, 12 p.m., 90 degrees. Relative humidity is thus staying lower. Fuel moistures are staying lower. And the fuel moistures is what drives, in many respects, what a fire is going to do in burning conditions, you know, throughout the nighttime hours. During my career, we generally were able to pick up fires and put them out during the nighttime. And now we're seeing fires that burn 20, 30,000 acres overnight. And these things are occurring, you know, because of climate changes. This has been well recognized among the senior staff of CAL FIRE in Sacramento. And what does it cause, right? You know, and we've identified that there's been a substantial increase in pollutants, and that's been a question, you know, on the climate action plan, how to deal with that. How those pollutants get to us is really driven by different factors, but a lot of times by the wind patterns and the strength of the winds, and whether it blows it into the county. So what else happens here, right? Insurance costs. You know, we've seen drastic increases in insurance costs in the county because of these huge increases in the amount of fires, the size of the fires, and the loss by the insurance companies. You know, we see rates that double, triple, or more. My own rates at my home have gone up almost 3 times. Do you think I like that? No, absolutely not. We have to look at health effects. When we look at Tuolumne County having an elderly population, of 40% of our population are age 60 and older. And these numbers come from Area 12 on Aging, and I think they do a very good job of tracking this. The elderly population very often have problems that can be exacerbated, right, by the effects of, more pollutants in the air, whether it be from wildfires or other areas. It's very, very prevalent, that happens. They might have asthmatic conditions or other areas as well. We look at the financial, effects, the wildfires, huge losses to the insurance companies. I'm not really all that in favor of being sympathetic to the insurance companies at times, but I do know that they have suffered as a result. Financial institutions are recognizing that these risks that climate changes are bringing pose to investments, whether it be in the insurance industries or other industries. We look at the effects on our own county when we're looking at 80 to 90% of our revenue is driven by tourism. And so if we have more issues with climatic conditions, that's going to affect whether the tourists come or do not come to Tuolumne County. And so this affects recreational, this affects businesses. The bottom line is that the Climate Action Plan is designed to protect us in many ways. It's not based on required measures, right? We've discussed this. We've shown it during the today during, some of the questions that I asked. But it's rather preventable measures. What can we do to prevent? This should not be, quite honestly, this should not be a political issue, right? And we're seeing that. We're seeing it on the left, far right. People are making lots of noise, and that's wrong, right? What we should be looking at is this simplicity of protecting our environment. And so I just, wanted to express those things, and I'm in, very firm support of the Climate Action Plan.
Okay, who'd like to go next? Going once, going twice. Supervisor Brandon.
No problem with that. Great, thank you. Thanks to our staff too for all the work that they put into this. I know this has been a really long slog, and thanks to the board members as well. I think when this first came up, we did have a lot of public opinion. I was very happy to pause it for a moment, be able to talk about it. I think many of the things that we've expressed in our opinions on the board, maybe we codified more clearly. I did want to read very briefly a couple sections of the whereas clause on it. Let me pull that up. Wrong area, there we go. But if you look at the last three, we have very specific clauses in there talking about our recognition of backyard burning and wood stoves, and frankly, an unreliable electric grid. Nobody is talking about that. We is disagreeing with that. And just discussing about some housing issues locally, we're talking about whether the grid has the capacity, will they have to upgrade the transformers and do other things. We wrote that in there, I think, to make it more clear. My house is heated with propane, and I did drive a gasoline car here. There are realities in rural areas that we advocate all the time. The state has established in Article 11 the authorities of the county. Counties are subsets of the state under the California Constitution. And we have these defined rules they've set, both legal and financial. And we push like hell against those all the time. Every time we go to our agencies and different organizations, we are always advocating for local control, local flexibility, local direction. Every single person up here, I would 100% expect that. Every other supervisor, every city official, that is what we advocate for. And on many of these things, we talk about the regulation, how that's affected housing, or maybe some of the unrealistic nature of these commitments at the state. I would agree, and I wish more of our legislators had local government experience of having to pull this together. What I say is this is a product of compromise, absolutely, to an extent, and I don't always love the thing, but both sides are a little bit dissatisfied with it. But looking at how we got here, None of us were on the board at the time this was put into the general plan as a requirement. Or when these things started, even the previous board, I don't think was on, maybe one member in the 2012. The state has taken a veer towards that. And it's not us working for the state as that subset. It's trying to basically turn state goals into helping us match local priorities. So how can we get that for economic development? You don't have to believe in climate change or climate action plan to say that they might want more sustainable materials in the cities. We have the wood, they don't. So maybe we can get cross-laminated timber, mass timber, right? They want to do fire and fuel reduction. They need to do more, and we want that. Well, maybe we can do that to create some of the hydrogen that we need here. Take advantage of some of that funding coming in. Maybe we can get more rail systems, not high-speed rail, but I'm talking freight rail and industry that brings good jobs here. Maybe we get sidewalks, all kinds of things. How do we make these goals the state sets for us work for our community? That's the hard part of this job. It's easy to talk about what I really want. I have to work within the confines there to advocate for actual tangible benefits. How do we bring home the bacon to our community and get these projects going? I think those were my main concerns when I first brought it up. I'm happy with the amendments that staff have made. I completely agree with the wildfire emissions issue. Don't have to read further than that CalMatter support, which I know had an impact statewide. 1 year of fires, eliminating over a decade of emission savings, right? That's now part of my mental platform, right? I knew it was important, but that really puts a point on it. That I've already, to I think 3 different offices and officials, advocated that issue. It's really important. It might not be under scope of this. We did change the language to it, but that's something that is critical to me. And that's another argument we have to make based on the state's goals, why they need to put money into fuel reduction, why they need to put money into forest management, why they need to put money into having more sawmills and more factories here. An argument that we need to make better, and we're going to keep trying to do. So anyways, I do appreciate everybody coming in, because I know it's a pain in the butt. I'm fine with taking the time to be able to listen to that. I just know that I want people to make sure, and this is not to say that folks didn't read it, but do take us up on the offer to meet. You know, I ran for this to help people and to do a good job in government. I'm not getting some payouts out of this. I'm not going and having some shady meetings. You can agree with that or not. I can tell you that I support wood burning stoves in our homes, and I grew up with one. I can tell you I'm on propane, and I don't want to ban that without a technologically and financially feasible alternative. I can tell you what the language says. If at the end of the day you don't trust us or what's on the paper, what are we talking about? There's nothing I can say or you can say to be able to get past that. I think that this is not going to have a huge negative impact on the county. I think it's actually purposely written to meet the state goals and be a light touch system in that. I just hope you recognize that compared to what the other areas are potentially doing. And other than that, I do support this. I think moving forward, I certainly have ideas how I think we can be able to get parks in Jamestown, be able to get fuel reduction north of Columbia, get jobs at the 120, 108, and be able to bring this to help improve people's lives and continue to swim in that river of what we have to do as local representatives. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Haff?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Supervisor Brandon for your comments. You have articulated a lot of things that I've been thinking, but I have not stated, and I prepared something. I woke up this morning thinking about how I'm going to articulate what I want to say today. But the first thing I want to do is I want to thank all of you who have come out here today in the rain, who have come through Zoom, who have made appointments with me. I've had more appointments on the CIP with individuals than any other issue since I've been on this board, even homelessness, more. Thank you to those who have emailed and who participate on Zoom. I also want to thank Quincy and staff for the many, I don't know how many, but many appointments I have made with you to go over my concerns and the changes that you were able to bring about in this plan. It is not the same plan that we started with, and I really appreciate Don Nessel saying something, that he noticed it, and I did too. So the idea of a climate action plan has definitely stirred the hearts and minds of our citizens in this county, as evidenced here today. From my view, we need to look at it in terms of what it is and is not. Now, some of this has already been covered in the presentation, but I will say, first of all, we're not here to debate whether climate change is man-made or something else. That is beyond our scope. We have well-grounded scientists who state that there are many influences that contribute to our extreme temperature changes and that the Earth has been here before. Then on the other hand, we have those scientists who say it's all due to mankind's misuse of Earth's resources and we need to take heed or we're all going to die. I think reality lies somewhere in between, and I am wary of those who use fear to bend humanity to heed some sort of agenda that we have not all agreed to. We are here today to vote on the Climate Action Plan because it was required in our 2018 General Plan, and also for the reasons that were stated in the presentation earlier. In this CAP, we need to include what is practical and what is sensible. That's it. And that ends up being what we are already doing or what we have plans to do. I think we now have a work plan in Chapter 5 that reflects this. We now have a plan that reflects our board's highest priority, that of doing everything we can think of to reduce the risk of devastating wildfires. This plan does not take away your right to have a wood-burning stove in your home or to burn backyard slash piles. It doesn't require you to purchase an electric car. It will add no new regulations. And there will be no repercussions if we do not meet the 2030 goals or any of the other outlying goals. The resolution, and I want to bring this to your attention because there is something in writing, it is a proclamation about what we are planning to do here. This resolution, it's at the beginning of the CAP that the board will adopt if we approve this, will make it very difficult for future boards to repeal any safeguards we have put in. They would have to formally rescind this resolution in order to make any changes. And I wanted to, Supervisor Brandon didn't go into it, but I wanted to actually read some of these whereases that were in here for the public benefit. There are several towards the bottom here. Whereas a new analysis led by researchers in the University of California, with the university, has found that the 2020 fires in the state put twice as much greenhouse gas emissions into the Earth's atmosphere as a total reduction in such pollutants in California between 2003 and 2019. And that's been reflected in this document. Whereas the Climate Action Plan contains a work plan in Chapter 5 of action items that shall serve as a work plan, and any new action items proposed by county staff in the future to be included in the work plan shall require, there's that word, require, the approval of the Board of Supervisors. So there's not going to be any changes made unless you know about it. Whereas the Board of Supervisors recognizes that many residents in the county rely on wood stoves as a primary heat source. I do. And the county shall ensure that any future action items that are county initiated do not require the removal of existing, and I'd strike new in there, stoves. Whereas the Board of Supervisors recognizes that many residents utilize backyard burning as a method to manage vegetation on their property, which assists in maintaining required fire clearances, and that any future action county-initiated items do not limit the ability for residents to clear their property. And this last, one of the last whereases that I thought was significant, whereas the Board of Supervisors recognizes that reliance on the electrical grid can be challenging for local residents, and that any future action items will consider the concerns of relying on an unpredictable electrical grid. So what do we have a locus of control over? Do we have a locus of control over state mandates and state legislation? Do we have a locus of control over covert military geoengineering practices? Do we have a locus of control over federal laws? No, we don't. That is not within our purview. This CAP is our local plan, predicated on what we can do that may be helpful. Is this plan perfect? No, far from it. I don't believe we will ever reach agreement on that. Can we live with it? Yes, because for the most part, this plan captures the kinds of activities we are already involved in doing. Will these activities make a difference? Well, I guess that depends on who you ask. That concludes my comments.
Okay. Supervisor Campbell, do you have any comments?
Thank you, board members and Mr. Chair and all the people that have come here to speak about this issue. It's really important. Sorry, a little. So having talked to many of the community members that are here and others that have emailed me and excuse me, called on the phone, and you know, it's very understandable why this has kind of become a lightning rod for a larger discussion about some of the regulations that are coming down from the state of California. And the thing that I noticed in talking to a lot of community members is that our county is viewed as very, we push back a lot against the state. We are viewed in Sacramento as being difficult because when they try to force us to do things, we push back. A perfect example of that is Assembly Bill 1138 that was passed recently. Right now, we would be required to include green waste and table scraps in trash pickup. It would be something you would all of us in our community would be paying extra to do. Our county got together with other rural counties and pushed back on that. And so Tuolumne County is exempt from that for the time being because we pushed back on state regulations. So if you're looking for, one thing that I really respect about this board is that we don't stand idly by when there are state regulations that negatively impact rural communities. We're a very loud voice against that. And that's why I think it's not fair that because Tuolumne County is trying to take steps to protect our community and ourselves from climate change and its impacts like droughts and wildfires, and because we're looking for a more efficient way to do things, that in itself is an endorsement of what the state is trying to do. To me, those are very separate things. We're trying to take control of our own destiny and look at the areas where we can make improvements, some of which were, frankly, are already, many of the things that are discussed about in the Climate Action Plan are already happening, and I think having a positive effect. And, you know, I've said this before, and I think all board members have said this, but I believe that if I believed that the Climate Action Plan would impact people's ability to purchase wood-burning stoves, if I believed it would limit people's ability to do outside burning, if I believed it limited diesel engines, ATVs, the use of wood splitters and chainsaws, I would not support it. If I believe it negatively impacted Tuolumne County at all, I wouldn't support it. And I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I have an ATV. I have a wood burning stove. I use chainsaws all the time. I do outdoor burning to clear my property. You know, these things I have a personal understand an understanding of these things, and I understand very clearly how important they are to our community, and I'm dedicated to protecting them. If you take me at my word on that, then I hope that you will understand that if I believe that this was the wrong thing for our community, I would vote against it. I don't see any of that in it, but what I do see is it talks about things like active transportation. Like it is good and healthy to encourage people in our community to get out there and hike and use bicycles if possible, or that if there are more efficient ways to transport people, whether it's through public transportation, which right now in Tuolumne County is free because of a grant. These are good things, and they're things that I think we should encourage. That doesn't mean that I think everybody should give up, their vehicles. It just means that it's good to encourage people to have a more open mind and look at a new way of doing things. I don't think that's necessarily bad. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about was the wildland fire. The way I see that is, to me, that increases, because I think that the amendments have done to the climate action plan are very good. And the reason why I think that is that because when you look at what we've done, it's basically hemmed it in. It's made it more refined, more focused, and the benefit of that is that you're reducing the amount of government overreach. And by including things like what the Forest Service is doing on Forest Service land, what the state's doing, to me that expands it again. And so I'm in support of keeping it narrowly tailored as I think it is. And that's just my view on that. So hopefully we can disagree on issues and still preserve the character of our community, which I think the reason we love it here is that we all get together and we work on problems, and when people need something, we're very quick to help each other, and not necessarily vilify people that are our friends and neighbors because they have a difference of opinion in a particular area. So with that, I do support the climate action plan. I think it's in a better, and I want to thank the supervisors Kirk, Brandon, and Half, and Supervisor Goldenberg. I think that this amount of time that we've taken to work through it and have this special discussion about it has been valuable and worthwhile.
All right, sorry, I get to go last, which is, you think you know what you're going to say and you have notes everywhere, but I'm just going to start off with, yes, I am thankful that we had this conversation and we kind of punted it off and we got to meet with staff, and there were some revisions both to the document but also the resolution. I thank Quincy and staff for the time they spent on it. I know I've learned a tremendous lot. I know at the very beginning of this, I think the first questions I asked Quincy and some other folks were, is this a state mandate? And yeah, basically, because it's a, Senate Bill 379, and, we live in California, and Governor Newsom alone this year signed, I think, 44 pieces of law, 44 pieces into law based on climate. So, this is a climate that we're in politically and in California. So, but what I keep hearing a lot of today is the discussion about climate change and global warming that keeps getting brought up in a lot of ideas and comments and sentiments. And I think for me, my stance hasn't really changed too much since the beginning, which is at the end of the day, as I start to understand this policy document, what I'm understanding is that from the very get-go, and I wrote a blog on it, the math doesn't add up for me. So no amount of changing in words and maybe mitigation here or there, none of that changes my opinion, which is at the get-go of all this is, does the math even add up? Because like I said, and like I've written, and I've done all the numbers, I'm not gonna go over them now, but if we've only done this much in the last 20 years regarding emissions, and now we're being asked to do this much in the next 7 years with emissions, I don't understand how we're going to obtain it. There's a gap. it doesn't make sense. I think, so anyways, my main concern, I guess, moving forward is, we're big on a lot of this isn't just about money, but I was speaking to it earlier. I'm not really sure how moving forward, how developers are going to be able to meet these thresholds as we move forward. One of the gentlemen brought up a feasibility study. I would really like to know, this is kind of guessing in the dark what some of those mitigation measures might be, or what those standards that they're gonna have to meet. I would really like to see some real life examples of, okay, if today 100 unit did this, what would it cost for that developer to mitigate to reach those thresholds? I don't know the answer to that, and I'm concerned that it's going to be very hard moving forward. That's just on the development side of things. So I'm going to put forth a resolution that we send this back, that we get some, not a resolution, I'm going to put forth a motion, I'm not sure if I said that, but a motion that we send this back, get some actual feasibility studies specifically on development, to see if we can't understand really what we're going to be requesting. I got notes everywhere. Let me see if there's anything else I want to say. Also, in the resolution, retired supervisor Hanvelt brought up in the resolution, the stoves, there was the word new. I think that needs to be corrected. And then when it comes to smoke, and I wrote this down here, but I didn't speak to it. This is where, again, I have major issues with the thresholds that the state's requiring, because like I said in my blog and in doing some research, back in 2020, SB 495 was pitched to the legislators, which was to start accounting for those emissions moving forward. And they chose to vote that down. And we also have a governor who has told our communities that you need to start to learn to live with wildfire. So when you're not voting in stuff that would account for emissions, when you're telling communities you need to learn to live with wildfire, but then you're putting these unrealistic burdens and expectations in these caps, it really makes me scratch my head what we're doing. Those emissions, I understand that those fires aren't under our purview, but I think that's what I'm trying to say is they should be, and we should use them under our purview, and we should use those, and we should push back like we have to the state several times before when we don't agree. We should say, look, this is the elephant in the room. Study came out, 18 years worth of emissions gone in 1 year. That should be the pushback, because if you have that pushback, and if all the rural counties and, even the urban counties, I talked to folks in the urban caucuses, and man, when San Francisco gets smoke, when Berkeley gets smoke and everybody down there starts crying, they start pointing the finger. Not until it affects them are they complaining. So if we all got on the same page and said, look, governor, look, legislators, take into account the emissions from these wildfires, I guarantee you all of a sudden we'd be putting out fires quicker. I guarantee you we'd be getting more grant money and more work in our forests. We would be getting the U.S. Forest Service. I know they've taken some strides lately as far as staffing, but the conversation needs to change to say, look, we're realistic, reasonable people. I don't care if you believe in climate change or not. When it comes to emissions, my Bible says take good care of the earth, right? God's glory is revealed in his creation. So I want to take care of the earth. I don't want to be having my kids breathe in smoke and fumes, all that stuff. But it has to be at a reasonable pace, at a reasonable standard, and at the same time hold people accountable for things like wildfire. Because somebody mentioned, somebody called in and said, well, why don't you vote that you're going to end wildfires? Well, I'm telling you right now, if you had the right people in government and in leadership, that would actually take place. No, you couldn't stop the fire being ignited, but I guarantee if you put enough resources on it, they would not blow up into these mega fires. I wholeheartedly believe that. So my pushback would be, let's get some analysis on what this is going to do to developers moving forward. That way we're not basically shooting ourselves in the foot with new development. And then my other pushback would be, let's change the narrative at the state. Let's put forth a letter resolution saying that we are going to account for these emissions. And I guess a request that I would have, because it sounds like this is going to move forward unless you guys agree with me. If this moves forward, I would still really appreciate if we could start accounting for Quincy right now in our in our cap moving forward, we can go back a couple of years because it looks like we have the data. Let's just start including that emission standard. That way, if the state ever does recognize it, hey, look, we already got the data. Hey, look, we're already mitigating it. But then it's going to be information for us moving forward saying, look, we're doing all these things and yeah, we're getting some capacity in those emission gaps, but look at the amount of fire that we're still continuing to see. This really has to be front and center. We really have to start putting out these fires immediately. We can't sit and wait on them and pull fire planes and helicopters off the line because we're afraid of dumping retardant into the creek, and then the fire explodes, and then we're losing all that crap anyways. I mean, like, if we're going to go along with this now, I still want to set the stage for that conversation moving forward because I believe it's inevitable. All it takes is an election cycle to change a lot of the conversations up at the state level. I know in Sacramento, we're 16 years blue, but I think there's enough reasonable people who, if you get the right data, either you're gonna look at the data or you're not. So I've rambled on long enough. I'm going to put forth a motion that that we get some feasibility studies for development moving forward, and that we also include emission standards, or that we also include emissions from wildfires as well, whether or not however that feasibility comes back. So let me see if I'm making.
I'd like to make a counter motion.
Sure.
That we approve the Climate Action Plan Resolution 121-22 with a language change on the whereas, because there was clearly a little bit of a difference on the wood stoves that include both existing and new. But also, I would like to, just state that outside of the motion that we can approve this now, we can move forward, we can reach out to the state and do these other things. And so my motion is to approve it as is with those changes.
Okay, so I have my motion on the floor. Yours is on the floor, so we got to go with this second one.
All right,
Okay.
I'm going to make a third motion.
Oh, great.
Because we're doing it, White. Let's
good.
do it.
Just before you do, I'll second Supervisor Goldenberg's motion.
Okay. So to clarify on one thing, we're talking about development, in particular, I think, with housing and that. Just an opportunity we do have coming up is the 5-year RENA cycle for regional housing needs assessment. I think having a larger needs assessment, talking about our housing that has been very clearly a priority for me, I talk about it a lot. That's something that I think could be included with that without having to fund a separate consultant, separate study type of thing. So my recommendation would be somewhat a modified version of yours, is to motion to approve of the climate action plan, but to include the wildfire data provisions as mentioned, even if nominally, for the hope that they'll recognize in the future. Again, the grammatical fix in the stoves, it was a good catch, whoever Randy is there. And then lastly, having a component analyzing the impact on housing and development in the upcoming housing element analysis. Does that make sense?
Sort of. So I just want to clarify, my motion isn't to approve the cap, it's to simply include the emissions from fires and then to send it back for a feasibility study for development into the future with the emissions. So we'll start with yours.
So mine's approve it, include wildfire, fix the language on stoves, and do the housing study at our next housing analysis, which is next year.
So the housing study is
beginning right about now.
So the housing study is removed from the actual document. It's the
It'll be a component
emissions
of the next one.
Right, but for this, it's the emissions and the change in the verbiage.
For stoves, yeah.
Okay, for stoves. Okay. So I have a first by Supervisor Branton. Do I have a second? We don't want to include emissions.
Well, you don't win them all.
Okay, so I have a first by Brandon, and I'm not hearing a second. Wow, okay. We'll go back to your motion.
So as my motion, I would call for the vote.
Okay,
It
so.
was seconded by Supervisor Campbell.
And I'm sorry, can you clarify your motion, just so we're clear?
To approve the resolution 121-22 with making the appropriate changes to specify the wood stoves as existing and new.
Okay.
Before we go into voting right immediately.
Sure.
I'm fine with voting yes on that if the only thing is adding the wildfire emissions within that. That's,
I'd be okay to amend my motion to add that we take into consideration the wildfire emissions as a component, not as part of the cap now, but as something that we need to look forward to as a board to do.
Supervisor Brandon, just so that staff is clear, because we'll have to amend the resolution, can you tell us specifically what you would like it to say? Because we need to be clear about that.
I think, so as Kirk, you were mentioning, I mean, it does mention the article that was out. I think it was adding an estimate as far as
Right,
numbers.
basically start taking into account data that's out there regarding wildfire
So
emissions.
at the high level, there's the emissions in 1 year of fire for the 18 years of carbon emission
So
cuts.
when we have annual
but putting maybe tonnage into it, the same
Right.
as this plan did, something that says,
So maybe when we have our annual update or 5-year update, we're simply just saying, here's the emissions, here's what's been calculated, here's the studies to include.
Okay, so just for the updates, we're not modifying the resolution, you're talking about the 5-year plan and the updates. Okay, does that make sense?
When I look at the resolution, I see.
I'm not worried about the resolution, it's more about what's in the cap as far as are we going, holding emission, including emission standards from wildfires.
Sure, so in chapter 5, in the implementation, we did modify that language, and it specifically says to include emissions, wildfire emissions, in future updates as it's available. And so what I'm hearing is that whether it's at a state emissions or local emissions, that you want us to include that information, the data of that information somehow in our inventory.
Okay.
Did I capture that?
Sure, yes.
Okay.
So we've,
And so it's in the document right now, it's written that it will do that. So does that satisfy it, or do you want something else, Supervisor Kirk?
maybe that does satisfy it.
Okay.
As long as it's real simple. There's data out there about emissions, let's include it with
Okay.
with it.
We do have 3 whereases that specifically deal with wildfire in the resolution, so I think that's sufficient.
And like I said before, I'm not enamored of that idea, but I'd be willing to support that as well.
Okay.
If it's the will of the board.
And Supervisor Kirk, the reason we put that in there is to reflect exactly what you're all talking about, is that we, over time, hopefully, we will evolve in our ability to get data. And so we expect that to happen, and so we wanted to recognize that when we do the next update, that we don't stick with the same criteria, we evolve and look at the situation at that time.
And I want to say too, I agree and look forward to your leadership as well, with natural resource there to look at a resolution that codifies that. I know when I've had the opportunity to pitch that issue, I think it would be much stronger if we had a statement as a board that really clarified and dug into where we're at as a position. So I think that's a really good idea.
Okay. So I'll be working on something and bring it back to the board in the future with the Natural Resources Committee.
So I guess my question is on the motion.
Give it one more shot.
I'm not sure where we need to reformat the motion.
I'd say if you want to issue a modified motion.
Yeah, I can. I'm just looking for the language here.
Supervisor Goldenberg, what staff heard, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're gonna approve the resolution, making the modification to clarify that it's new and existing wood stoves. And then in the climate action plan, this is already part of the plan, the data will be, from the wildfire emissions will be included in it. That's what we heard.
And my motion would be so accepting that language.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna do, I got a first by Supervisor Goldberg,
I will second.
second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor say aye.
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 And any opposed? I oppose. So passes 4-1 with Kirk the no vote, and yes.
And I just want to make one statement, if
All
folks
right,
don't
thank you.
mind. Wait, if I may, just 30 seconds, I promise I'll go to lunch. I'll hang out in the audience. Anybody wants to talk. I get attacked most days, and that's okay. I ran for this job. I just wanted to say, we get a lot of threatening emails. We get some comments that are really heated. I'm tough. I can handle it. I'm tougher than I look. Our staff doesn't deserve that, and they get hit with that. And it has an emotional impact, and it makes people scared. You don't have to agree with what we're doing. You can vote against me and do a recall. You can do all that. That's absolutely your right. But please, with our staff, please treat them with respect. That's our legal counsel, our admin, the people putting these together. At the end of the day, we're responsible for what happens here, right? Hold us accountable, but please, 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 be respectful to our staff.
Okay. All right. All right. So you guys, public comment. Sorry. It is 12:32. I do have to break us for lunch. Staff have to have their opportunity to have lunch. Thank you, public, for being here. And you guys have a great lunch break. We'll see you back at 1:30 for our 1:30 appointment. Check. 1, 2. All right, welcome back. It's 1:35. We're going to start in just a minute. We're getting an item clarified real quick before we open up. So if you're on Zoom, just stand by. Yep. All right. We are going to get going. So clerk of the board, would you please read our 1:30 appointment?
1:30 p.m. by Kathy Dominico from Capital Public Finance Group, the county's municipal advisor regarding Community Facilities District, CFD, including a review of the CFD concept and legal process, types of improvements and services that could be funded, how the cost of the improvements and services would translate into special tax rates, and the process for implementation and direction to staff.
All right, good afternoon, board. Eric Hart with County Administrator's Office. Back in March of 2020, the county entered into an agreement with Capital Public Financial Group. Really the intent was to start looking at some of our capital projects, funding, overall debt capacity, and long-term financial management. Shortly after that, your board saw a presentation put on by council regarding community facilities districts, and so that's where we're at today, is kind of a continuation of that conversation to provide your board and the public with really an in-depth or some more information on what that looks like and how that could serve Tuolumne County. So here with us today is Kathy Domenico from Capital Public Financial Group, and I'll let her take it from there.
Still, am I on? I'm happy to meet all of you in person. I feel like we're coming back, and I don't get to see a lot of faces in person, but when we're having these conversations about something like a community facilities district or a CFD, it's a complicated mechanism, and I think it just helps to have this interaction. So I'm here today to really go through this concept of what community facilities districts are, build on the information you received from legal counsel the last time you discussed it, because frankly, that formation process is the easy part. What we want to do is understand how you plan and what that CFD looks like. And there's no one size fits all. It's something that when we're thinking of our own community, there's so many different things and so many funding challenges that we have. How can we use this funding mechanism as a tool to meet your direction and policy goals? And that's what I want you to think about today, is not the technical details about how you form it, but let's think big picture about how it can be used. And I want to provide you with enough foundation for you to give us some direction, but when we come back in the future, if this is a funding mechanism you want to consider, we're able to have more of a detailed conversation about what it could look like and some of the nuances. So I mentioned we'll go through some background information just to remind you of that conversation that you had with legal counsel. It's a complicated topic, so I want to make sure you've got that good background. Then we're going to talk about considerations for a CFD here, and if you think it might work here, and other things to look at. We'll talk about that implementation process, what our next steps would be here, and then open it up to questions. I will also kind of stop as we go through the presentation because it is somewhat dense and take questions along the way. So if you don't mind kind of jotting them down, and then we can take questions to make sure that you have all the information you need to move forward. So let's just start with some background information. The first general question, and again, you had a presentation on this, but I want to remind you and give you a little more perspective. What is a CFD? It is a funding mechanism that augments revenue for public infrastructure and services. And I use that word augment because it isn't just your general property tax revenue that goes for existing operations. It's for something in addition to the services you're already providing or for capital improvements. And those capital improvements have to carry with them a useful life of 5 years or longer. So we're thinking of, it's not something that just fills holes in your budget. It's something that is augmenting your existing funding sources. It was authorized under the Mello-Roos Community Facilities Act of 1982. And why is that important? You hear around town, just when we think about what people say, you hear, ooh, Mello-Roos. Community Facilities District, CFD, Mello-Roos, those are all the same thing. It creates a special tax on property. So when you picture a property tax bill, we have the general 1% taxes that are collected based on 1% of the value of all taxable property. Those are distributed to all the local agencies, the county, cities, schools. This is below the line. This is an additional line item on the property tax bill. It's considered a special tax. And under Prop 13, it requires 2/3 voter approval of the qualified electors. And I have that in quotes for a reason. CFD law specifies the qualified electors are your registered voters, but there's an exception to that. If there are less than 12 registered voters, it is a landowner vote with 1 vote per acre owned. And why is that important? Well, this is a funding mechanism that actually was designed for new development to mitigate its impacts. And that landowner vote piece enables a landowner or a developer to carry a vote or enter into a development agreement with a local agency to impose this type of tax mechanism on the properties that they're going to develop, whether that's residential or commercial or some other type of development. So that piece is what makes it a little bit different than a general tax measure. There's a lot of flexibility in what a CFD is. There's flexible boundaries, there's flexible tax formulas. What that creates is almost a place where you can wave a magic wand and say, I want to create this, I want to create that. The problem is that flexibility can also give us almost unlimitless numbers of options for what we're going to do and how this is delivered. There is no one size fits all. We have to figure out what your true goals are. And part of the conversation we're going to have in a little bit is let's try to hone in on what you may want to consider funding from this funding source and then what that looks like. Because of all this flexibility, we can craft something that would meet those solutions, but it's not easy to just pull something off the shelf and use it. So let's talk about those flexible boundaries, because as it goes into your thinking, I think that's important. The boundaries of the district are not required to be contiguous. So you could technically have a CFD with a property in Groveland and a property in Sonora. There are no restrictions on what that looks like. We do typically follow parcel lines. If you think about defining what the boundaries would look like, it could be one parcel, it could be several parcels. They don't need to be contiguous, and you can carve out parcels. You can create an initial CFD that's expanded through future annexations. So you can create something that's used once, and then it's replicated, or frankly, just expanded through the future annexations. And there's a streamlined process for addressing annexations. And the improvements, if you're going to do capital improvements, do not necessarily need to be located within the boundaries. So there's, again, we talk about that flexibility, there's flexibility with regards to the boundaries. There's also flexibility with regards to the tax formula. And this is the part that is, from my perspective, gives us the ability to craft something that's really reflecting your direction, but also it adds complication. So again, complicated things with public agencies, it makes it confusing for taxpayers. So you have to balance that flexibility and wanting to be creative with something that's going to be accepted by your community and that is simple enough to understand. So what's called a rate and method of apportionment describes what the special taxes look like. Are any of you familiar with benefit assessments and the requirements of benefit assessments, that they need a certified engineer's report and it's kind of a complicated process? This does not have the same principles as a benefit assessment. There, again, flexibility. You're allowed to craft what the tax looks like, but there are some principles that we need to follow. It needs to be based on parcel characteristics. We can't just say all the blue houses would pay a certain tax amount. We have to have something that can be easily traceable. Building size, acreage, age, location, use. The only limitation on the tax formula is that it can't be based on property values. So it can't be under the same basis of taxation as your general property taxes, which are ad valorem. You could have something that's a one-time tax, an annual tax, or one of the other. So where does that come in? A lot of times you have impact fees that are charged on new development. You could wrap an impact fee into a CFD, and you could have a one-time, instead of a fee, a tax, and then ongoing tax on properties once a development occurs. And there are reasons to do that. Some of it has to do with just maybe adjusting what the impact fee is. Maybe in exchange for a slightly lower impact fee, there's still a one-time component, but you'd have an annual tax that's on the property for 25 or 30 years. The annual tax is limited to 40 years, up to 40 years for capital improvements, but there is no limitation on the tax for services, and we'll talk about what you can fund in a moment. And you may increase that annually for inflation. But all of these components need to be addressed up front in that rate and method of apportionment. Otherwise, as you move forward, you aren't able to make those adjustments. So we have to plan ahead because this district is going to last for generations. And so we need to take into consideration what may happen and what changes may happen over time. And we need to do it up front. Otherwise, it won't be an effective mechanism moving forward. So what can you fund? And there's a laundry list. The law actually has kind of a laundry list of public services and capital projects that could be funded. So I've kind of put some things on here just to get your thinking going. But if there's something that's not listed here, it doesn't mean that we can't fund it through this type of funding mechanism. Services, you're able to fund new or augmented services. And again, I mentioned that earlier. We can't just take what we're already doing and fund a deficit that we have. We need to be providing an additional service or augmenting a service we're already running. Those services could be law enforcement, fire protection or suppression, ambulance services, rec programs, libraries. Could include maintenance of museums, schools, cultural facilities, maintenance and of parks and streets and roads. And then it could also be flood and storm protection. Those are services. There are more limitations on the types of services that can be provided than on the capital projects. In general, this can fund capital projects with a useful life of 5 years or longer. There are some additional listings here, but most of the capital improvements the county would do could be funded with this funding mechanism. Things just to think about: infrastructure improvements, that's a common use of this funding mechanism. So roads and sewers, water systems, childcare facilities, just your general government facilities, parks, fire stations, sheriff stations, but also apparatus. If you think of fire apparatus, it typically has a 15, 20, or even 25-year useful life. So you can fund that through this mechanism, and that's commonly used. So the other piece of this is not just this annual collection of revenues or that one-time collection of a tax. You can also use this as a bonding mechanism. You can actually include a bond authorization and use that for capital improvements. So the county would actually issue a loan, and the security for the repayment of that loan is ongoing tax revenue from whatever properties are subject to the CFD tax. Why we like that is it takes that debt burden off of the county's general fund, and the pure credit is the CFD itself. So if there happens to be a default on the tax revenue, the county's general fund is not on the hook. It is simply an obligation of the property tax revenues that are coming in from those properties within the CFD. Yeah.
I just want to ask, if a CFD is newly created, and how does it have any type of like a credit rating?
So when you bond against something, there actually has to be a tax revenue stream in place before you can actually secure a financing. So if I'm gonna use an example of a development project that comes in, a housing development project. There are two things we can do. If we're funding infrastructure, like the roads and sewers before houses are there, it's a different type of bonded indebtedness than if we're taxing on that annual tax rate. It would actually be a land secured financing. So it would be based on the value of that undeveloped land. And the creditworthiness of that actual master developer of the property would be part of the credit application and the consideration for the loan. The capital markets are really familiar with this type of funding mechanism. It's very common. And so they adjust their rates to reflect the riskiness of the transaction. So land secured financing is going to be a bit more risky than something where you actually have homes already in place and they're paying a tax for a certain number of years and then you're bonding against the revenue stream, and you would see that in the interest rate. But because it's such a commonly used mechanism, it is accepted in the capital markets.
Okay, thank you.
And actually, that was my next bullet point. So they're very comfortable with this revenue stream. I mentioned earlier, and I've kind of alluded to it a couple times, that CFDs are often used as a way for new development to mitigate its impacts, although it does not have to be. You could have a registered voter CFD that's put in place that's almost like you would do with a sales tax measure, where voters vote on it and there's a service that's provided and it's paid for with a 2/3 approval of the registered voters. But it's typically, because of that landowner vote option, it is typically used as a way for new development to mitigate its impacts. And impacts on what? Well, that's kind of the question here. That's one of the things we're here to talk about. But it could be for this public safety need. It could be for infrastructure. It could be for parks. There's several reasons that you would need new development to fund its impacts through this mechanism, and they may not have the cash up front to support those capital needs. So this is a way for the future homeowners or businesses to pay for those impacts of the public services that they're receiving. I think I've kind of covered most of that. So before I go into some of the details and what I want you to start thinking about as far as local considerations, do we have questions on just the kind of the CFD basics? Yes, those were basics, believe it or not. All right. So let's go into considering a CFD here. One of the first things we need to nail down is what would be funded. And I kind of mentioned that laundry list. Well, you could technically have one that kind of covers everything. That's just not really practical. Because once you determine the what, we also need to determine how much. And if you have this just laundry list of all these improvements and services, the problem is you also have kind of a blank check. And that's just not an effective scenario. So when we're considering a CFD, we want to hone in on what exactly will be funded. Public safety services. Remember, I differentiate services from capital. But are we thinking public safety services? Are we thinking a new fire station or fire station improvements? Are we thinking EMS, fire apparatus? Are we thinking capital equipment? Are we going down another path? Are we thinking infrastructure needs? Are we thinking parks, open space? What are those things? What are those important mechanisms or important services that we're providing? And what capital needs do we need to serve or mitigate if we're considering the impact on new development? So that's the first question. So one of the things to think about, though, is how those improvements benefit whoever's paying the CFD. So if we're considering new development, we don't want to necessarily say, okay, we're going to do, just for example, a fire station. And the fire station is in one part of the county and the CFD is in another part of the county. And those residents or businesses aren't even going to benefit from the fire station. Yes, it might be an improvement the county needs to take on, but is there a tie to those that would be paying for whatever that improvement is? So I want you to think of that correlation between, if you're going to do this, what are we trying to fund, and then who should be paying? For services, we want to think about what additional services are we providing. In these kind of financially challenging times, we're kind of struggling with our own budgets, but at the same time, how could we improve service levels for our community, and what would they be willing to pay in order to make sure that their needs are being met? So what additional services would be provided? And then if we're thinking of these capital improvements, should we be sharing these costs between new development and another funding mechanism for existing residents and businesses? So again, those are some of the thoughts that we want you to consider when we're looking at this mechanism. Who is going to pay? Is it non-residential development? Is it all development? Is it existing residents? I think usually I mentioned this isn't something that's done as for all residents. It's usually something that's targeted at new development, but it doesn't have to be. So we would want some direction on kind of what is it? What are you thinking? How would you want to use that mechanism? And that direction kind of leads us back to the prior slide, which talks about what's the benefit, what are we trying to achieve? So these really go hand in hand. And with that feedback, we develop a financial plan. So you give us kind of policy direction on this who and this what, and we come back with the numbers because you've got to translate that what into a cost. And it's not a one-time cost. Even the capital improvements are often an initial construction, but maybe there's ongoing replacement. So if we're talking about apparatus, maybe it's funding an apparatus replacement plan so that you have an ongoing revenue stream to maintain that asset. It's thinking about whether there's training needs, whether there's special programs that would be involved. If it's services, we also want to consider the increasing cost of those services. All of that needs to be built into this financial plan so that this what that you've given us direction on is memorialized in essentially a business plan. And how then it's allocated among properties is the next step. Because again, we mentioned that flexible tax formula. There's almost an unlimited number of scenarios for how that tax can be allocated. And we want to think of the benefit. Although we don't need to make a technical tie between the tax rate and the benefit, practically speaking, we need to have some type of analysis of what those property owners, how those property owners are benefiting from whatever that improvement or service is. And if we're going to allocate the cost to new development, we then translate it into this tax rate. So we talked about the business plan, what's going to be funded over time, how do we translate that into a rate, and then politically, what's tolerated? What is the basis for taxation? Is it square footage? Is it type of structure? Is it location? Is it use? Is it age? There's several things that could come into consideration depending on your direction on some of those other pieces. And then what's the tolerance? What level of taxation would be tolerated and would maintain the ability to deliver housing? If we have, in the state of California, we have a housing shortage. If we're going to create some type of funding mechanism that creates a burden on those homes, that could have detrimental effects in other areas. So we have to balance all of that, both financially and, of course, from your perspective, from a policy decision. So once all of this is gathered, we start the implementation process, assuming this is a mechanism that the county wants to consider. And the technical process is something that I think you heard from legal counsel a couple months ago, but I want you to kind of put it in this bigger picture. Most of the time that we've spent when you put together a CFD is in that planning phase. It actually takes several months to plan for what a CFD would look like. The legal implementation phase is a couple-month process, and it's actually pretty straightforward and quick because the plan has already captured what you're trying to achieve. So first thing, if you're doing a development CFD, is to come to agreement with the developers on the financial plan and the estimated tax rates, whether that's through development agreement, conditions for development, and figuring out what those services are that are going to be funded from that project. They then enter into that legal process where they petition for the creation, and we would want to set a policy where if we want to allow for future annexations, we set that at the beginning of the proceedings. That financial plan that everybody's come to agreement on is translated into that technical rate and method of apportionment. There is a special tax consultant, it's another professional, that does that for a living. They create these rate and method of apportionments for CFDs throughout the state, and they maintain the CFDs on an annual basis because there's some ongoing maintenance that occurs. So the county would need to retain the services of a special tax consultant to do kind of that specialty task. And we would work with Public Works on the creation and filing of a boundary map, which oddly enough takes more time than you would expect. But those are kind of the pieces that would be done before the board has any action in front of them. I mentioned you need a special tax consultant. Typically a financial advisor is involved both in the formation and the ongoing administration. Legal counsel is very involved in both the formation and ongoing administration, and that role of the special tax consultant is important. There's several tasks that need to happen both to do the creation, but also year to year, and those professionals usually support your own staff in making sure that everything works smoothly. The board would actually take some specific legal actions, and most of these documents are prepared by legal counsel, but the first item that's required is the creation of local goals and policies, and we'll talk about that in a moment. You then start the formation proceedings by adopting a resolution of intention, a resolution of formation subsequent to that, election proceedings, and then there's the filing of the notice of special tax lien. So those are kind of the technical steps in the process. But the local goals and policies, again, are a way for us to ensure that all these things in the plan reflect what the actual policies are of the board. So we need to look at priority of financing, the types of facilities and services, credit quality. We talked earlier about whether we have these land secure deals versus homes or businesses and what that credit quality looks like. The board can set some standards for credit quality with some recommendations from your professionals. Steps to ensure that purchasers are aware. I mentioned with this mechanism, a developer, a landowner can authorize the tax, but future purchasers of these properties may not be aware that it's on the tax roll. So how do we communicate that to make sure that your future constituents aren't surprised? And how do you evaluate this tax formula, the equity of the tax formula? I mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that you can demonstrate that there's some type of benefit received from properties that are paying. So how do you demonstrate, what are your standards for demonstrating that equity? Once those are established, you again get into the process. The resolution of intention, most of the work is done by the time the board sees this document. By that point, the rate and method of apportionment is already written, or at least a draft of it is. You can make some adjustments from that point. Boundary map is done. You've identified those facilities and services, and you identified whether you have bond authorization. Once there's then a subsequent resolution called the resolution of formation that requires a public hearing, and that calls for the CFD election. We've talked about this a lot, so I'm not going to go into it, the registered voter versus landowner, but with the successful election, the board would then have a subsequent action, which is to adopt an ordinance that actually imposes the CFD. So those are the kind of the big steps. Once the CFD is in place, there's ongoing administration. So when you're taking something like this on, I want you to think through, it's not just the initial steps, it's what else does this mean? This is something that's in place for 30 to 40 years or more. So what does this mean from the county as a whole? And how do we think through ongoing administration? How is that task being accomplished? How do these annexations occur? Are we imposing this as a condition of development? When we issue bonds, what do we look at for credit quality? And how do we make sure we're in compliance and has it fit within our audits? So those are all of those considerations that I don't want you to lose sight of when we're thinking of the fact that this is a revenue source. Yeah, but there's also an ongoing obligation. So next steps here, really just to get some direction from you on the potential use of CFDs. Give us some direction on the what types of improvements or services. What do we want to think? What do we think about with regards to new development? Direction on concepts for a tax formula. We wouldn't expect you to come and say, oh, we want a rate of this and only these properties taxed. That's not the level we're at right now. But we just want to know just initially, what are your reactions and what type of direction could you give? And then you would want to consider, once we have all of those things in place, consider whether you would want to begin any initiation of proceedings. So again, there's so much planning that happens before we do anything concrete. We want to give you a heads up also on the timing of that it's not that something's going to come to you at your next meeting. This takes months of planning and development before there's any formal action that comes to the board. With that, I know I went through that kind of quickly, but I want to make sure we open it up to your questions and get some direction.
You did great.
Yeah, I was thinking, like, you went through a lot. There's a lot of information to take in here. If other people may have given that presentation, we could have been here for like an hour and a half, so I think we did pretty well. So thank you.
My goal is not to drag you down.
So we'll open it up now if there's any questions from the board, and then if there's any public comment after that. So I'm gonna look to my left. Do you have any questions regarding safety?
I think you did a good job explaining the nuts and bolts. Obviously, we figure out what we want to do with it, and then it's a lot of detail work after. So my question is, just an experience for what other counties have used this for. I think there's some of the, let's say, the traditional we kind of expect, okay, it's a CFD for a fire station, something very, normal. Are there other examples of ones we might not just immediately assume that you've seen that we should, know about and learn from?
Yeah, I have a lot of counties and cities that use this as part of their development agreements. So CFDs, and they will often layer different CFDs. It's not necessarily one. They will layer CFDs based on development projects, sewer systems, sewer expansion, infrastructure is a big one. But you would have an infrastructure CFD that's this land secured component, and then they may have another one layered on top that's for public safety services. So usually when kind of cities and counties are using this, they're using it as a tool to figure out what services, what infrastructure needs they have. They then work with development, depending on what that looks like. Residential and commercial are gonna have different business plans and different goals, and figure out how this fits in their structure. It may be a way to augment impact fees. It may be a way to defer impact fees that help in their overall business plan. So what I would recommend is simply using it as a tool to deliver a certain outcome, but I mentioned on one of the slides, it's gonna take negotiation and conversations. We just have to figure out kind of what are our needs and really define, as we have new development occur, we have a fire challenge here. So if we could, I'm making something up as an example. We have a fire challenge here. If we could improve the station on this part of the county and expand an apparatus bay and include a new rescue engine, then we would be able to not only serve that development, but we would also be able to serve our existing residents at a higher level. And then we translate that into a tax formula, and the development pays for that enhanced amount, but there's some other mechanism for the existing residents. So those are the things we look at. But when you talk about what other agencies are using it for, every single thing on that list, and more. Some others are using it where property owners find a need that they then choose to join a CFD or an assessment district, which we didn't really talk about today, to actually serve that need. So they find that there's some road improvements that they need in their own community. They would actually choose to tax themselves in order to deliver those road improvements. So that's used as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's really helpful. And then I wanted to ask too, just there's a lot of different potential needs of this. Obviously, people reach out to say, well, how can we solve this? We want to be able to offer something that if we're not able to fix that situation based on our financial reality, but we can say, look, we can partner together on this. Is there a county that does that very well? I'm just thinking, for example, roads, right? Maybe an area says my roads are bad. This other area of the county says my roads are bad. And it's an area that, based on our priority, we're not going to be able to get to. An efficient way to get them to join in? I mean, do they create a web page and say, here's the application to start a CFD, and they streamline it so we'll pay the fees, or?
It's actually been pretty common in energy efficiency improvements, and more on the assessment side, but it could easily be on the CFD side, where they're exactly what you're saying. They're creating a program, and that program is marketed. It's not just on your website. There's flyers distributed where they're creating a program for this type of improvement. So individuals that want to make their homes more energy efficient are able to basically join in on these taxing districts, and it enables the funding of whatever those improvements are. You could do it on the roadside. Placer County does that, where they've actually they have some unincorporated areas where there aren't roads, and landowners that want paved roads put in simply join in and they tax themselves, and they're able to get their roads installed. So that's pretty common. It also is pretty common in the sewer world. You have properties on septic. Sometimes they want to join into a sewer system. They would choose to tax themselves in order to participate. That is very different than a development CFD. So those aren't things that you would package together as one. It would be this own kind of sign up for your own versus one that's from development. So those are very different things.
Okay.
But the same mechanism can be used.
And then my last question on that is looking at a development agreement, and this is maybe a question of staff. So we have the planned unit development type kind of being discussed. Most of our process is ministerial unless they need a conditional use permit. I don't know if we use explicit, I mean, I guess we do have with some of the projects developer agreements. How is that incorporated as not on a case-by-case basis, but kind of a structural thing that's, let's say, it could be an incentive. I mean, the other side to say we can defer some of the upfront risk and cost at having this come in and be able to pay that over time, right? So I'm interested in how that could be added to that process.
It's a tool in your toolbox. It's something that you allow the use of. So when you're negotiating your development agreements, it's something that you will allow the developers to consider as part of these projects to make it pencil. So that's how I would recommend that the county take it on, is just another tool that is available, and that the board needs to indicate a willingness to incorporate that. But if the board is willing to use CFDs as a funding mechanism, that becomes a tool that you can use in your negotiations.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, Hef? Okay, do you have any questions, Campbell? Not front. Goldenberg?
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to throw out an example here. New development, 50 lots. Haven't been sold out yet, built out, talking with the developer. So when we're looking at the 1 vote per acre, so if it's, you know, maybe it's one owner, or maybe there's some sort of partnership where there's 3, 4, 5 owners, I don't know, say if there was 50 acres, if there was 4 owners, so it's less than the 12. So those 4 owners could agree to enter into an agreement with the county, and then the future property owners, right? This gets built out.
Yep.
Hopefully, right? That's the whole intent. Yep. So we got 50 acres, 50 parcels, each got a house on it. Each one of those homes would then be subject to this assessment, depending on whether it be a service or an infrastructure. Exactly. So if it's a service, it's a limited time frame, and infrastructure, at least 5 years.
It would be at least, no more than 40 years on the tax.
But no more than 40 years. Okay. So did I have that kind of laid out?
You got it.
Correctly? I just wanted
love
to
it.
make sure I understand.
You got it.
The process. The other one was on the the special tax consultant.
Yes.
It's a pretty complex world, and so there's experts that provide these services. So the county, again, as an example, the county would work with them on creating a formula on what we're looking for, and then allow them to craft that, implement it, and
I don't like a blank canvas. So I think it's a little more prescribed than that.
Okay.
So part of what we would work with initially as your financial advisor is to develop a true business plan that reflects what the board's trying to deliver, and make some assumptions on how that tax would be translated. They then take that information and write this technical rate and method of apportionment, and also take on the responsibility of maintaining your tax roll and making sure it's submitted each year to the county. They're the ones that answer questions that taxpayers may have. So their role is to take kind of the business plan that we come up with and make it into that technical rate and method of apportionment. That's their initial job.
Okay.
They then have an ongoing job of maintaining the tax roll, and if you issue bonds, there's additional obligations. When you go to the capital markets, you have to disclose a lot of information about the properties that are subject to taxation. They provide all of those charts and graphs and historical data.
And
so it's a more technical position.
And those, the payment for this service, does that come out of these fees that are crafted and implemented?
It does, and
So
you can even
there's-
reimburse yourself for those initial costs if it's successful.
Okay. And I wasn't real clear on the bond portion.
Okay.
Maybe could you
Sure.
go back and just describe that, please?
Yeah. So when we set an annual tax rate, we create a revenue stream. So think about it as your own checking account. You have a salary, money goes into your checking account each month. You're able to use that money to make loan payments on your mortgage. It's the exact same concept with a CFD. You set a tax rate. That tax rate is in place for 30 years. Let's just say 30 years for argument's sake, 'cause we're talking about a mortgage. 30-year mortgage. In this situation, those annual tax collections would make the loan payment. So the CFD would come with bond authorization. And let's say we have a new fire station we're gonna build and we need $10 million. I'm not saying a fire station costs 10 million, let's just say that's what it is. $10 million, we need to make sure we have enough annual tax revenue to make the loan payment on that $10 million.
Okay, so borrowing against the future for some of that.
Exactly.
Structure using bonds.
And why it's an effective funding mechanism is it's not a debt of the county. So it's not something where if there's a shortfall in the revenues, you have to cut services. I mean, one of the big risks of borrowing is if there's a shortfall, you often need to cut your own services. That doesn't exist with this mechanism. It provides the county with protection because it's a separate district. And the capital markets adjust the interest rate to reflect that risk. So it may be slightly higher, although frankly, they are familiar with it, so you don't necessarily pay significantly more. And with the type of improvements, you may be able to access tax exempt interest rates, which is of course lower than the 7% we're seeing right now. in
Yeah.
mortgage
So,
rates.
and
Does that
I
answer your question?
Yeah, yeah, no,
Okay.
that did explain it. And, you know, specifically, I was concerned about, I'm not a big fan of bonds on the county side normally. But if this doesn't weigh against the county's credit ratings or other areas, then, okay, thank you very much, appreciate it.
And I tend to work in some conservative areas where this is a more comfortable borrowing mechanism than your own general fund.
Right, okay, thanks.
So I don't have it's not hypothetical, it's something that I was dealing with in my district. I was working with some residents in my district in a certain community who really wanted to address their local roads. So I was talking with their auditor controller about potentially opening up, basically being holding an account for them so they could accrue their own monies, deposit it with the county, and then they would go out and get bids. Basically, it sounds kind of like a CFD, right? That's what I'm hearing. My question is, and the reason why we are pursuing that is because when it comes to the public contract code, so my question is, CFD is formed, people want to put it towards roads. Are they now bound to that contract code where, getting that mile of road with them is going to be $1 million, but if we could do it, private contractors still have it engineered correctly, still have all the studies, but we could get it done for way cheaper. So what is the CFD? What's the umbrella with the rules?
So in that situation, the county would be the agency that's issuing the debt. Therefore, it's a public project.
Okay.
And you follow the public contracts code. There are situations where these infrastructure financings I was talking about related to development, where the developer is doing in a 200-unit development project, they're putting in the roads. But in the scenario you're talking about, unfortunately, that would be the county. But the trade-off is the county has access to these tax-exempt rates, which could offset that additional cost. So it isn't necessarily, it's going to be more expensive because the county is doing it. When we're looking at the financing component, because we would be borrowing at, say, 5% versus 7%, that savings, that annual interest rate savings, could negate the additional cost of the public works project. So it may not just be as simple as that analysis.
Okay. And then the only thing, and I just want you to help me clarify for the simple picture's sake, what it sounds like is there's a lot of upfront work. We have to identify what the need might be. We have to negotiate it with the developer. But then it goes to, I just want to make sure I'm clear, it goes to the developer and the constituents who would be voting it in, who would be getting assessed a tax, correct?
So if it is a landowner vote, there's not a secondary vote once homeowners are there.
Okay.
So it is just a landowner vote. It is put in place, and it is important that it's part of their disclosures if they're selling homes or if it's a business park, they're disclosing it to the owners. That's also something I mentioned that I think the county should be proactive in communicating so that landowners, if they don't fulfill that obligation, the future residents aren't surprised. So I do think that there's a communication responsibility on the county side to make sure people are aware of this for full transparency.
Okay. And I think I'm trying to remember, right, where I think a lot of this conversation started was we were talking about the 120 corridor and all the building that's going on up there, and we recognize that we have a fire issue. So can you just help me connect the dots where if we have more development coming in, we negotiate with the developer and they say, yeah, we're going to put a certain percentage towards this new fire station.
Yep.
But then we're also going to the constituents basically to help pitch in with part of the tax portion of it. I mean, we're trying to combine both?
I don't know.
That's what we have to decide.
That is a
That's what we have to
question.
decide. Okay,
Is this
okay.
just something for new development? Is this something that you want to include for the entire county, which would include existing residents and businesses? That is a question.
Okay.
And we need direction from you
Which
on
is
that.
why we're here today. Okay.
Supervisor Kirk, that's kind of what, we put these questions up here at the end to kind of to steer the conversation, if you will, to get some clear direction from your
Right.
board. One of the questions that I caught as we were going through the presentation that was not on here is also, who is going to pay for these fees? Is it going to be residential, commercial? And so that is one of the things that we would also add here. But staff does recommend that, we pursue the CFD at this point, knowing the developments that we have going on, the public safety issues that arise with that, with a focus, if we're going to do this, the focus being on public safety, specifically law enforcement, fire, and EMS response to those areas, and making sure that we can supplement those areas or provide services in those areas with this funding.
So Eric, when I read this and we say, do we want to pursue a CFD? What I'm looking from, the questions I have for other board members is this specific to new development? Because I think that's where the conversation started, because if it's, do we want to pursue a CFD up in Miwok Village, then I don't want to make that decision. I'd rather go have a town hall up there and say, do you guys want us to pursue this? And then, yes, okay, then we come back. But if this is about, that's why, I guess my question is, am I correct that that was where this conversation started, was with new
And I think
development?
that question can be expanded. New development for commercial, residential, lodging, where do you want to see that go?
Okay, so that's what we're here to discuss. Okay.
And can I just add one other thing? And this is not a one-time answer. So if you come back and there's another scenario that you also want to explore with this funding mechanism, that can come later. You don't need to make a decision on that today. It's more of just, is there somewhere you want to start? Do you want to start? And then is there somewhere in particular you want to start with?
Sure, okay. Well, I'll open it up. So the question, this is, question number one is, do we, or you said you had some comments? Or
I know what I want.
you know what you want? Well, let's start with you, since you know what you want.
I love it.
Yeah.
Public.
I did have a
comment.
clarifying question. Did
Okay.
everybody get
Yeah,
their
let's do a
turn yet?
clarifying question.
Because I kind of skipped my turn.
You shave your
'cause I
beard, you
didn't-
don't get a question.
Yeah, yeah. No, well, I didn't have a question before, but I do now, so that's. So, and it was kind of along those lines, so that, are we deciding now what this is going to look like? And what is the process to go to change that? If other needs arose down the line, do we need to start the process from the beginning? Or can we amend it as we go?
So most of my land use agencies have more than one of these.
Okay.
Because things come up along the way that didn't fit nicely into that first package. So what I try to advise is don't try to squeeze as many things as you can come up with into one concept, into one funding package. So yes, you would go back and create something new, but by that point you'll be familiar with the process and it'll just be board action to initiate the proceedings.
So I guess I'll give you an example. Okay,
Yeah.
let's say that there's a CFD that provides funding for fire safety in X community. And then as time goes on, we find that the number of search and rescue efforts is increasing. You know, more tourists are coming into a particular area, they're getting into trouble, they're falling down cliff sides, that kind of thing. And we're having to spend a great deal of money rescuing them. And we need equipment, say, that we don't have. Now, that's kind of in the same ballpark as what fire does, but it's not going to be explicitly stated that way. So would we amend the existing CFD to provide funding for that, or would we have to create a new search and rescue CFD?
Unfortunately, my answer is gonna be it depends.
Okay.
Because it depends what's written in the documents when we initiate the proceedings. So we try to be as general as possible, but still maintaining that transparency test and that equity test. So we would include language for unforeseen improvements or unforeseen expenditures. But it would depend, and that's one of the things that we try to do our best to do. There could be something created 10 years from now that we had no idea was gonna exist and the language just doesn't allow for it, in which case you would either have to go through some kind of amendment proceedings or completely new proceedings, depending on how different it is. We try to be as open as possible, but we can't always capture everything. So I wish I could give you a concrete answer, but it depends. Remember, with all that flexibility, we have to actually write up a specific document that's part of the proceedings that identifies what exactly the money's gonna be spent on. If it's not identified in that document, you can't spend the money on it later. So it's just a matter of how open that document is.
Okay. I think I understand. Thank you.
Cool. Before we do start giving opinions and answering the questions, I do want to open up real quick to public comment. If there's any comment in the room. Yeah, come on up. Is there any on Zoom? Sit if you- all right.
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Good presentation. You know, with these, you know, the devil's always in the details and looking to go forward and how much development you have out in the different areas and what you're looking at. So about 30 years ago, I was involved in doing one, and we had 3 different large master plan developments that were going together. We put about $35 million worth of offsite infrastructure in, and it was a big enough project that it made sense. If you look at the Valley Vista project that we're now going forward and doing. That's 230 homes by, I guess, Jamestown standards is a big project, but you're looking at a Jamestown fire station, obviously 230 homes are not going to fund that fire station. So it could be a portion of it, but how does the county tie in with that? How do we do things with the Geiger fee? You're already paying a Geiger fee that's paying for some of those issues. How are you looking at the funding going forward? How do you tie all these pieces together? So there's always a lot of issues to work out. And any developer is going to look at how do we make things more cost effective? How do we cash flow some of these things? How do we make these things work going forward? So as a tool in the toolbox, it makes a lot of sense, but there's just not a lot of big development where you can kind of clump all these things together to try and make a new fire station work. When we look at conditions of approval, the Valley Vista project, they're doing improvements on Golf Links Road. They're doing improvements at the highway. They're building a water line all the way out to tie into the lift station to go up to the TUD deal. So there was a lot of infrastructure. There's over $9 million for the just first 71 homes that we're doing with that. Obviously, a lot of that applies to the overall project of the 230, but there's a lot of upfront cost. Some of that, if it could be funded in one of these deals, that it makes sense, but it's going to be tied across, doing road improvements, water improvements, sewer improvements, and a number of other things to tie in with that the county doesn't typically do. You guys make those conditions of approval going forward and try and make that work. So I think, from a tool standpoint, it makes a lot of sense in doing it. You just don't want to figure out, okay, now we're doing this funding source so we can add all these other things to it. So at the end of the day, it doesn't become a tool, it becomes an impediment. So there's a lot of pieces to look at with it. So, all good. It's just, how does it all tie together as we go forward? So thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Are there any on Zoom? No? Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. I will have Haf go first since she knows what she wants.
Okay, yes, I would like the board to pursue looking into a CFD. And before I talk about what types of services and equipment, I want to state publicly that I do not want this for housing. Emphatically not for housing. I don't want to add to the cost of housing. We already have enough of that, and we want to increase housing here, all different types of housing. So I want to make that loud and clear. So what I'd like to see a CFD used for is for the whole county, for any new developments, because they're usually in the extended outlying areas of the county. These, I don't know, what are we calling the developments, Terra V and those types of things? Lodging and resorts and that kind of thing. Anything that has to do with that. It could be maybe recreation expanded to that, but it's not for housing. It's a business and it's commercial and they make money. So, but we don't have the funding right now, the general funds needed to really do justice to those outlying areas. We need more public safety services. We need fire stations. We will find out better soon from this standards study that's being done where those fire stations should be placed. And I like the idea of the smaller EMS vehicles that fire can use instead of ambulances. So we need all those things. Now here's the catch. We need to make this affordable where even the developments that have been long standing, they've been in operations for a long time, they want to join the CFD. They see the value in it, and it's less expensive than their fire insurance rates have been getting to lately. They've been just really explosive in how much they've gone up. And it would help them to lessen their risk of losing everything because we don't have coverage. So make it, I don't know if we have enough development to do this, but I'd like to see if we do. And then we could fund the things that we don't have in these outlying areas, if it's in Pinecrest or if it's up Highway 120. to get the services to those areas where they're needed.
Thank you. Who'd like to go next? Brandon, go ahead.
Well, it's going to be interesting because I wanted to go to housing. When I look at this and development as a business, and we're trying to delve in, obviously this is a priority area for me. It's how do we reduce sometimes the risk and the cost and the time up front to do many of these developments. I look at the Melrose and CFD as an opportunity to build out potentially infrastructure or look at some of these improvements, as Ron mentioned, that there's a way to be able to do this that would incentivize it, reduce some of that risk, reduce some of the upfront cost. We're already requiring much of these improvements from conditions of approval. This to me seems like a potentially a better way to do it, even an incentive that could be built into some of these projects. I wanted to say also that it can provide ongoing improvements to an area as well. It is absolutely true. Valley Vista is doing a lot of improvements based on the infrastructure needed, the roads there too. But there's a lot of community concern saying, well, what about the rest of the Gulf Links Road that's not just going to Chaparral? It's not necessarily right directly for that development itself. When we can provide ongoing improvements that could be anything from talking to sidewalks or the rest of the road, the traffic impact mitigation fees only went to a limited set. That's something that can be a direct benefit. We talk to those residents and say, not only are they doing these improvements for where we expect most of the residents to go, there'll be this ongoing funding for a higher level of service to the community that is most impacted by this development. I look at it that if we can be able to change that risk and cost assessment and infrastructure, a number of conversations that keeps coming up over and over and over is one of the biggest challenges we have is not having access. Either it's too expensive or it's too remote or whatever it is for water and sewer. And that if we're able to provide that, actually, we're going to have to rely on the private market to address our housing issue. Public housing is a good component of it, but it will not provide what we need. If we can increase the market supply, I think it would reduce the costs. And I'll tell you, as somebody who was very recently in the rental market, with a house potentially being for rent at $1,500 per month, if there was an ongoing cost of something like, let's just say $10 a month, $20 a month, that is not make or break, especially if that goes directly to that neighborhood. That's a Netflix subscription. What really hurts it is when there is no housing available, there are no apartments available. So if we can use this in a way that makes sense for developers and helps with that infrastructure issue, I think it'd be a huge benefit to the community and would far offset that small cost by increasing our supply and competition. I want to say, too, that related to housing, and I don't know if it can be a multi-purpose benefit, but, for example, there's other areas of vegetation management, talking about fire insurance, where they can potentially pitch in to reduce some of these other adjacent costs of service. It's expensive to have septics. It can be expensive to have wells and have to maintain them as well. It can be expensive to have to do fuel reduction as a neighborhood. Certainly nobody really wants an HOA that much. This seems to really target specifically, if we craft it that way, the issue slowing down many of these projects, and we can target it to any of these other issues that are rising or raising the cost of housing prices. So I really want to see this as an option for housing. I think similarly, it could be an option for commercial development to reduce those barriers and make it more palatable to develop here.
So just real quick for clarity, you want to see this go towards infrastructure for those housing developments?
Yeah, I like the idea that with a developer agreement or even with a PUD, and in discussing that with the development community to make sure that that makes sense and it's going to be easy to work with, right? That would be a requirement within that process, and that would offset some type of fee that exists or Geiger increase or whatever it would be to reduce that upfront cost. Because again, if you're building 200 units, but you're not going to see 2/3 of that profit for many years, and you still have to put up all that infrastructure, all that testing, all that planning up front, that's a major challenge to the development community. So for new developments, to have that as a mandatory part where it makes sense, but to do so in a way that I think offers a financial incentive to development. For existing developments, I think it's a good idea to have that as an option for them to be able to opt into that type of improvement, whether it's for fire, roads, or other services.
So I want to clarify something you just said at the end. New development, but then also have an opportunity for pre-existing homes, homeowners to opt in. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
And my hypothesis on that, and we know that we live in a community that is tax averse, and rightly so. I mean, in California, we're taxed a lot, and we don't always see where we want it to go. I think we would see communities, some of them experiment with this, maybe development tries this, and projects coming out of it. And over time, we'd see more communities saying, I like what they're doing, I like what they have, and I want to explore that. And so by making it optional, we always have that thing that we can say, you know, this is what we can do together to fix this issue, and here's an example of that working for these people. And if they don't want that, then they can choose not to. But that way, it's not us top down saying you have to do it. It's the community saying, yeah, we're going to organize and get that done.
All right. Start with Supervisor Campbell.
Those are interesting thoughts because I have often noticed, so I represent a district that has a lot of HOAs and community service area funded roads. And I do notice a clear correlation between the satisfaction of people with the services and the resources they have in HOAs is generally, I mean, nobody likes HOAs and you'll never hear anybody say that they're great, but generally I would say people are happier that have that type of organization behind it. But this doesn't, if we don't include housing as an element of this, it still doesn't preclude people from going out and establishing community service areas that could do some of these things, right?
Correct.
So then what would be the purpose for us making that a key element of this? Would that just make it, put it to the forefront that this is not about fire, law enforcement, emergency vehicles, and it's about infrastructure development?
I'm seeing two different things here.
Yeah.
And I think one is this tool in the toolbox for development to make the development projects pencil better, because they're able to use a CFD as a tool to get the infrastructure taken care of if that fits in their plan. I see a secondary concept, which is this idea of a tax on non-residential property that pays for some aspect of the fire service or emergency response, whether it's a portion of a new station or maybe it's public safety services. So to me, these are two very different concepts that would not be one CFD. It would be one that's a non-residential that's created with an initial property with future annexations, whether it's existing businesses or new development. And there's a second one that's a tool for development that if they are wanting to use it, they could as a funding mechanism for their infrastructure. And I heard you say in expanding it to the existing, that becomes a little more complicated just because now there's a little bit of a credit problem there. So I almost would not mix those two together in one. So that's kind of how I see it, is two separate ones, tool for infrastructure for new development and something else to help increase your public safety services.
And not to interrupt, I would agree with that. I think that was more just brainstorming with it. I really think of this more as a new development tool.
Okay. And I can respect that. I would say when looking at this, I think the reason we're talking about it is there are new developments coming on the 120 corridor right now, and we have to respond to that. And so to me, that's kind of the overarching immediate need and goal is to, they're coming, there's development coming. It's going to bring in tourism and new needs for services, and we have to be ready for it. So that's kind of where I am at with this. I'm sort of more in line with focusing on, fire, being able to fund staff for fire, law enforcement. And then I did appreciate the idea about EMS and the kind of rethinking the types of vehicles that they might use it for. I don't know that I would agree with Supervisor Half that we would just restrict it to the commercial properties, and not that I think it should be for residential, but we should maintain that option. I would think if there are people that live in these communities that want to see increased services, I guess, do we have to choose, or can we say either or?
You can, right now, the direction can be explore both and give us.
I would be interested in
areas.
exploring both, although I would save, a final decision until much later, obviously, because we don't have the input of the people that live in these areas. And so that would be, to me, a pretty big requirement of moving forward. Yeah, I do take Supervisor Brandon's ideas. I think that's something that I look toward. I guess, are there other ways to do that? I see that there are, because, and I brought up the example, the HOAs and the CSAs in my district will take it upon themselves to collect money and keep it in an account at the county that they then every, 4 or 5 years, whatever, they'll use to repave their roads or install fire hydrants was one. They do a variety of things with these. So I think that there are tools that already exist, but for me, what I'm focused on right now is the emergency response, and I'm sort of more in the mind of keeping it open in terms of who will pay the fees, the last question. But I certainly think that if we're focused on areas with a lot of development, it should be those developments that shoulder the most of the burden. So.
Okay, just real quick, if I could touch on something Supervisor Campbell said in regards to, I know we spoke a little bit about new developments coming on in that 120 corridor, but we do currently have a couple of fair share agreements in place with those projects that are coming on board. So that's part of this discussion is figuring out, we'll eventually get to that point where what does that fair share look like? So that's comes back to that public safety piece.
Well, and that's the reason I bring it up, because we needed to have this, we should have had this in place before those development, that discussion with the development started. And so this is kind of an effort to make sure that we have our ducks in a row for whatever happens now. And I don't mean should have, like staff should have done it, but I should say ideally we would have had this in place prior to the new developments. Would have made things a lot easier during that phase of it. But next best thing is to move forward, so.
All right, Supervisor Goldenberg.
Yeah, so I'm really in favor on the new development portion, especially. Simply for the ease of enacting, working with it. I do feel we need to be careful with our developers, and I know we have one in the audience here, but that the developers not get a free ride, that they still need to pay a fair share in certain areas, right? And we need to work with that through community development. I actually differ on the HOAs, and this really isn't a huge part of this, but HOAs do work. We've got a very active one in my own neighborhood. Our roads are all, within our community. They're not county owned or maintained. But HOAs can keep a community clean, so to speak, to keep them from deteriorating by strange things going on if you don't have any controls. They're a problem though, right? Because your officers are typically homeowners and, say now you got this neighbor against neighbor thing. And some HOAs, they contract out with the professional service just to get away from that. I'm interested in, things that we can do, particularly infrastructure, to look at, fire stations. Just last night, we had this discussion about Columbia and, where we're going with fire protection there. I'll just make a quick mention, Supervisor Half, and not meant to be bad in any way, but if you use a fast attack type of vehicle, if you have a fire station that has that and an engine and maybe a water tender. And so when I was a battalion chief in Tulare County, had exactly that. So you send out that fast attack, they're on a medical, and then you get a call for a structure fire. and they go, oh my gosh, I got to run back to the station and pick that up. So while it makes sense kind of on the, when you look at it, more simplistically, it can present challenges, when you're looking at how to respond. Other than that, I concur with Supervisor Brandon that housing is a critical problem, for our county. I'm not sure how this would work. It depends what parameters we developed a CFD for. We've obviously got a heck of a shortage, and we've got other issues that we're not. I shouldn't say we're not, but we're not effectively dealing with, and that would include where we're at with the short-term rental market, Airbnbs, vacation by owner, whatever other flavors. I keep hearing, that we might have in the neighborhood of 900 of them in the county, and that's, I understand that people develop those, and, that's part of their income, stream, but that's 900 units that are taken away from housing for workers, for people. I personally know people that they're still couch surfing, I should say. So that housing is a critical issue, and we have to address that. So we're in the infancy here. I'm just throwing out a few things, but I'm open to suggestions as we move forward on how we could do it, and I don't want to block out any certain areas, what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay. So question at hand. I just want to air my thoughts. When developers come in, they pay, the part of the thing I struggle with developers is they come in, let's say a hotel, they pay TOT, and that TOT is supposed to go towards fire, sheriff, all those things. So if I'm putting myself in the shoes of a developer, those TOTs that I'm putting aside are supposed to help offset those issues. So I have an issue with adding to development to pay another fee, whatever that is. But I'm also hearing from developers that if it's a tool that they could use in the toolbox to help them, then I'm open to that. Like I'm totally, if there's some workarounds to help both causes, then I want to explore that. I don't know enough about what Ron was talking about to understand how that would be a tool in the toolbox. But if it's something that's going to help them and that's still going to accomplish the need, then I'd like to know more about it. If there was going to be a CFD, yeah, I think public our priorities, they should kind of direct this conversation of, fire, sheriff, EMS, I guess is underneath that. When it comes to existing housing, the reason why, so we're not deciding if folks are, just like Measure X, we're not going to decide if people are going to vote these things in. But I will tell you from my experience working in my district, this conversation's already has taken place. It just hasn't been taking place in the form of a CFD conversation. So I think folks are really frustrated that they pay lots of taxes. We have the worst roads in California. We have third world roads and first world economy. So people are frustrated, but if they have an option to potentially continue to offset some of those issues in their direct local communities, I at least want them to have that option. So I'm not against letting the CFD be entertained by a community, by individuals. So I don't know if I answered the question. I guess we're still discussing it. So I need to know more about development, how it's going to be a tool for their toolbox. If it's going to be another red tape thing, I'm not going to support it. But that's not what I'm hearing completely today. So I want more information on that. I want to explore options to give to our community. Because, we got problems, and we're doing our best. And there's always, we could always improve, but we are doing good with look at fire. We've increased fire by over 400% the last couple of years. We're buying equipment. We're doing everything we can and we're advocating at the state level. We're pushing back. We're meeting with folks. But if this is another option and the community wants to support it, then I at least want to continue to have these conversations and continue to engage the community and let them, at the end of the day, have the final say. So hopefully that was clear as mud and enough.
So I'm hearing two very different things, and I think we can bring back information on both of them. I want to just touch on this developer toolbox option, because that is a little bit more of an animal than we went into here, because there are statewide joint powers authorities that do CFDs where they pool some of these infrastructure financings together. We could create a program where, if that is a valued funding mechanism for developers that we're trying to attract into the county, we could allow for the use of, one of the programs is called BOLD, another one's called SKIP. I don't want to speak to all the details on all these things today because it's another conversation, but we can come back to you with tools that other counties have allowed the use of, successes, concerns, and I'd almost ask the developer. I mean, that's really what I think. It's just a tool in the toolbox. It doesn't mean you have to require the formation of a CFD. It's something that could be handled on a case-by-case basis, but as a county, you need to be set up to allow the use of it. So that's one thing. Then this other public safety concept is a little bit different, because we're not talking about infrastructure. We're talking about something that's funding public safety capital improvements, whether it's stations or apparatus or these ambulance vehicles, but also we've kind of touched on services. So I think what we can come back to you with is two different concepts. And again, to me, these are very different. I wouldn't package them in one. And one of them is allowing the use of and making sure your goals and policies are set and you have the appropriate approvals in place so that if the development project comes in and they're going through the discussion process, this is something available. Over here is more of a proactive CFD that we would be creating at the county level to address this public safety need. And so I want to make sure I'm hearing everybody appropriately. We have two different options. You want more information on both of them. So we are tasked with giving you some scenarios for each of those. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, on the second one, to address the public safety need, but also to address our need to tell them what their share of cost is.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
I had one question on it. So, and this that was my kind of takeaway from it as well. There's a few things that this could go to that are fairly kind of clear from that. I mean, fire and public safety is one. I think infrastructure is one. Housing infrastructure and piping. Roads is certainly another. Go on to think, even like in vegetation management or other stuff, that this is a tool that could solve problems. And especially if it's optional, it's something we can say, well, this is a way to help get this done. What is the downside? Not to say they'd be in the same CFD, but if we had found one area, one developer that it made sense for the housing arrangement, well, it's non-contiguous. So if another one came in, we could potentially have them under the same umbrella. If we did the one for fire for the commercial properties, we had another come in somewhere, even not on 120, they could opt into that. The idea of doing one for roads, where one area wants to have a CFD for roads, other ones can do. At least to me, and this, I don't know what the cost, if it's just directly multiplying it each time, but it seems like we would want to maybe set up one of them for all of these important areas that make sense. And then we'd have that as whenever the issue came up, we could opt into that for a future area. Because I would love to go to, I don't know, let's say Columbia and my neighbors in that area and say, look, our roads are zero where I live. It's zero PCI, lots of potholes. Don't listen, Kim, you're doing a great job. But that issue is big. And I know they're not going to get fixed because of the traffic. I'd love to be able to talk to them about that. I'd love to be able to talk to them about the housing or any type of development or the fire for the area and present a kind of buffet of options of what they could pay for and what we could get.
I think that's consistent with what we would bring back is this annexable option. We don't want to just create something that's only going to apply to one parcel. You could. It's just more effective to create something that then can be joined in by future projects. So yes, I think, but I still see it being two different things, one for infrastructure, one for public safety, and they may be layered on top of each other. I don't know the answer to that yet.
And as another on just the infrastructure side, is there a benefit to trying to separate between, again, the utilities, water, sewer, and roads, or would that be kind of considered fairly,
I would think that's all together.
okay.
But again, you could have a project that doesn't need the assistance with the roads, but they want to finance the sewer infrastructure because it's so much more expensive.
Right.
Again, you want to have it flexible enough where it fits whatever that project is and whatever their challenges are.
Yeah,
I would almost say we don't want it dictated at the county level. We want it to be something that's again, a tool that can be used for the benefit of the project.
you're saying the
as a-
same CFD, if roads were the issue,
Right.
it could be roads, and
Or
it could
sewer or
be
water.
water, sewer, or it could be both.
I was
Exactly.
just gonna-
Okay, great. That
Exactly.
definitely answers it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could we just,
So-
Sarah and I are just having a
I'm-
side conversation, I wanna make sure, because Kathy may not know, because we don't do water and sewer, we could not do a CFD for water and sewer is what Sarah and
Okay,
I are
so you-
thinking.
okay, I'm
We
sorry,
don't-
I apologize.
We do not provide water or sewer of any kind, it's done by separate entities. So,
So, well, we
we can
can
talk
still
more, but
create a
we were
district
just-
to fund
I am
another
not
entity, right? As long as it's not a private entity.
I think we need to explore that, because I think if we use one of these outside organizations, I believe you may be able to. I'm talking about the Boulder Skip.
So I'm sorry, I just gotta have
That's
to jump out here. So, is there consensus to look at this housing element too? Because I heard that we're interested in there's a majority interest in the public safety element, but and the reason I bring it up is that I don't want you to put the work into this, and then we go down the road, and then it becomes another wedge issue when we could just deal with it right now. So are we interested in following down this path? I mean, I can see the value in coming back with information, but it seems like the thing that's at the forefront is the public safety element to it.
So
Sorry, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, my question would be to our contract that we have with you, right? I don't see why we couldn't do both. Certainly, we may want to consider prioritization on how we move forward in other areas. Supervisor have had some excellent information regarding existing properties that may very well volunteer to enter into, this type of agreement. Definitely new properties. I mean, that whole Highway 120 corridor. It's really good that we funded fire and we have another engine in Groveland, but we really need a fire station and an engine out there where these properties are, right? Because the response times are, pretty long. So those types of things are on my mind, just that we not limit our thoughts.
And my thoughts are, obviously, my priority is where I told you. But we're at the exploratory phase right now. So I'm not opposed to finding out more about what the options would be for developers that want to build housing. And for those subdivisions and what the cost would be, that kind of thing. I don't think we're at the point now where we can discount that. But I just wanted to state what my priority, because it's coming. I mean, it's like a railroad, it's like a train coming down the railroad tracks. We've got to know what their share of cost is here pretty soon. So that's the priority, but if we can do another CFD that will actually be helpful, what I'm not interested in is putting a lot of extra money and costs on the developer that has to pass on to the homeowners, because that defeats our purpose in getting more housing here in Tuolumne County. But we don't know that yet until you do the gazindas. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Yeah, and again, my question was just to clarify what we're asking the contractor to do. That it seems like that the emergency element of it for me is at the forefront, and I'm just asking for clarity that it is for the rest of the board as well.
Supervisors, if I could just add in one thing, as Eric said earlier, we do have the couple of development projects that are, one at least is moving forward pretty quickly. Staff would want to know, would you want staff and a consultant to work on that first as a priority before we spend time on looking at some of the other options? Because what I'm concerned about is if we don't make that a priority, it will take longer to get it done. Not that we would never bring back other options, but and also through that process.
And
I
I'm
think
sorry,
you
you're
would
saying
learn a
a
lot
development
of
project that
information.
would benefit from,
We have Terra V and we have Under Canvas.
from-
And those are the two that we have the fair share agreements with, that if we create the CFD, they could actually be part of that.
yeah, and you're talking about the CFD for safety and not for,
Well, that's up to you, but that was my understanding, is that's what it's for.
okay.
I wouldn't have an issue, I mean, there is an impending, and that's something that's important to me as well. I just think that we can be able to do both. Now, if that had the priority based on those projects and we're doing it a little slower on the other, but it does come back, that to me is okay. I did want to throw out there, obviously there's the emergency in the public safety sense element, right? And that's very important. We're in also a housing emergency. We're not meeting our RENA goals. The state's getting hard on that. We're coming into a housing element to really have to fess up to some of that work. We're looking at several very large developments coming down, in particular for my district area, that right now there's not housing identified. And that could present a real issue for a number of reasons. So I think there is a really pressing need for housing. It's not the same type of emergency, obviously, as fire, but it is an emergency nonetheless. You know, it's not, as much as I'd love to use this for a recreation one, and I think that'd be really cool, that's not an emergency, that's just a cool idea. The housing is at a critical level.
So I would propose that our board, just as county council said, we've got some existing projects that are, you know, getting pretty close, and maybe we should give that an initial priority. And I would be looking for consensus on the board here. And secondary to that is any new upcoming developments that we enter those discussions, because the sooner you start talking, the sooner you can, you know, sort out where you're going to go with those, and then we'll sort out the other stuff afterwards. And I would look for consensus on that.
I second that thought.
Sounds good.
All right, so you're gonna go away from here, you're gonna work on the couple developments incoming and formulating some sort of CFD, and then we'll reconvene and move from there once that's accomplished. All right, and you already have all your notes of all of our random ideas and thoughts.
Perfect, thank you all.
Cool. Okay, well, if that is, you guys are clear?
Yep, thank you.
Cool, all right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys very much. Okay, with that being said, we do have to do a correction to the consent calendar, I was told, item number 2, correct? So we're gonna reopen up the consent, we gotta read item number 2, and we'll find out what the fix was. Apparently there's a fix on one of the documents. Go ahead.
Item number 2, approving resolution 119-22, authorizing application for 2022 Sustainable Groundwater Management Grant Program, SGMA Implementation Grant.
Okay, good afternoon, board. This is just some minor changes to the resolution that your board approved this morning. I just passed out the red line version for you to see. This includes the changes that we're asking your board to approve. There's a couple copies in the back for the public as well. The main changes are that there are some inconsistencies from the resolution that came before your board this morning with what is in the grant application that the Oakdale Irrigation District is applying for. It's just some very minor wording changes. That we also wanted to make it clear that it is the Oakdale Irrigation District that is actually applying for the grant. They are applying on behalf of the entire groundwater basin. And this is the same thing that happened a couple years ago where in the Modesto Irrigation District actually applied for the grant and the entire basin took advantage of the funding and worked together on the plan. And then you'll see that the last paragraph of the be it further resolved was removed because that's not necessary for your board to approve. Your board is just supporting this effort. You don't need to give authorization to any sort of staff at the Oakdale Irrigation District. And so that paragraph was removed. So we're looking for your board to approve the most recent updated version.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, just point of order on that. Do we need to basically reopen the previous motion to kind of redo the previous motion? Because we had already passed this, so I assume we'd have to rescind that, bring it back as an open item to the table, and then amend it and then vote, right?
I think we could shortcut that a little bit and just say that our new motion is going to amend and replace the prior
And
vote.
before I do
Works for
that,
me.
do we have any public comment in the room? Any on Zoom? All right, okay. So then I will look for a motion on the new amended motion, on the new amended item.
Also move on consent
Resolution.
item 2 with the revised language in order to ensure that we've got it cleaned up.
All right, first by Supervisor Goldenberg.
Second.
I heard Brandon, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, passes 5-0. Thank you, Liz.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Brandon Jaron.
What did I say?
Nothing.
Oh, yeah,
No,
I heard
no,
about
no,
that
I'm
the other
not-
night.
I'm not sore.
The other day, somebody told me that. Too many things to read. Whenever you're live, you'll always make mistakes. Does that conclude our meeting? It does. Okay, so it is 3:04, and that concludes our Board of Supervisors meeting. So thank you all, and have a great day.